The sitting is resumed. Senator Paris.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Today I rise to lend my support to this appropriation bill before this Honourable Chamber. I am doing so, sir, knowing that the estimate sets out the programs that are being done across all ministries. And as we do so, we are letting the people of this country know that we are providing a better life for them as we attempt to improve their lives. Mr. President, it appears as though, suddenly so, people cannot remember the state of this country prior to May 23rd, 2018. When this BLP government came to office on May 24th, we immediately went to work on saving this country from a devaluation. We had to restructure debt with our creditors. We worked to restore confidence, investor confidence in Barbados. Mr. President, we fixed those and other things like providing new electric buses, new garbage cans, new garbage trucks, taking the sewage off the street in the South Coast. We did pay increases for civil servants and much more, despite having to deal with COVID-19 pandemic, the ash fall, the freak storm, and Hurricane Elsa. It is something that no other government in the history of this country had to deal with, and we did a good job at handling this. This government faced all of those things and head on, and we fixed them. And the government must be commended for the manner in which they handled them. There are some countries, other countries outside of Barbados, who were not in a position and they could not handle the pandemic that we dealt with. Mr. President, I heard Senator Andwelli saying that seniors are close and dear to his heart. I want to say the same thing. And the senior citizens of this country have toiled long and hard in the building of Barbados and should be comfortable in their golden years. The Community Elder Care Program, being done by the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, is designed to assist the elderly. This program caters to senior citizens who are living alone. Senior citizens where their family members have to leave them at home in the morning and go off to work, so they are left alone. It also caters to younger persons who may be terminally ill or disabled and shut in. Mr. President, this program complements the work of the National Assistance Board, the Home Health Program. This Home Health Program has been making an invaluable contribution to the welfare of our seniors for over 40 years. May I remind this Honourable Chamber that it was a Barbados Labour Party government that implemented the Home Health Program. Mr. President, years later, we are adding yet another program to cater to the needs of our senior citizens. Mr. President, the Community Elder Care Program is being done to assist with isolation and loneliness. 15 companions are assigned to each constituency. So that means that there are 450 companions who are gaining employment through this program. Mr. President, I would like to say that it is a program that does not discriminate. No matter your political allegiance, and you have an elderly person at home who can benefit from this program, I am encouraging persons to enroll them in it. Let us play our part in looking after our citizens, senior citizens who have toiled long and hard in the building of this country. The caregivers visit the seniors on a daily basis, and they are responsible for them. They read to them, they have conversations with them, meaningful conversations, and this interaction will help them greatly. They are also responsible for assisting these elderly persons with personal hygiene and grooming, which includes combing and plaiting their hair and looking after their nails, cooking meals for them and feeding them if necessary. This is one sure way that we know that these seniors can get a meal on any given day, Monday to Friday. Making sure that their surroundings are kept clean, doing like sweeping and mopping for them, taking out their garbage, because there are some of them who cannot go on the outside. So these caregivers look after them in that way. They also do errands for them where necessary. Mr. President, all these elder care personnel are equipped to work with these senior citizens, and it is because they were exposed to training, giving them the necessary skills that are required. Mr. President, this program was first started in 2020 during the COVID-19 pandemic. The focus was in ensuring the elderly that they were not left alone, especially since we were asking senior citizens not to come out, not to go to the supermarket, not to go to church, not to be out there, not to be exposed to COVID, because that was something we were protecting them from. So when this program was implemented, our focus was on ensuring that we look after these elderly persons, and we did not pay national insurance for the caregivers. We just started the program without paying the national insurance. It is something that we came into heavy criticism for, both on social media and on the call-in programs. Mr. President, as I stand here today, I am very pleased to say that NIS contributions have been paid up for all these caregivers. They are now entitled to paid vacation leave. We value the hard work and commitment that they do to ensure that our senior citizens are well taken care of. Mr. President, this program was in existence for 4 years. Very often, I hear from some of the family members who benefit from this program on the good work being done by their caregivers. They have even said to me they don't know what they would do if they did not have these caregivers, and they have even seen an improvement in their lives and how they benefited from the program. The elderly persons look forward to seeing these caregivers on a daily basis. And they look forward to seeing them on the mornings and hearing them knocking on the doors. There are 450 caregivers who are responsible for the entire country. And they do a very good job. Mr. President, they are catering for in excess of 2,000 people. There are like 2,900 persons that they cater to. Mr. President, during COVID-19 pandemic, a household survival program was established to help 1,500 vulnerable persons across this country. We also had the Adopt a Family program, where families look forward to receiving that $600 monthly to assist them, because as we know, there were several persons who were laid off as a result of COVID, and they did not have an income coming to the household. Mr. President, this program is managed very well by the Prime Minister's office. Only recently, in another place, we heard the call for the Prime Minister's budget to be cut. I am saying that when this budget, if this budget is cut, how would these families be able to survive? Because we still have some who are not working. But I know the Barbados Labour Party's government is a caring government, and we will not do this to the families who are dependent on this $600 monthly. The BLP, this program has helped over 6,000 persons over the years who, like I said earlier, they did not have any income. And yes, we work with the churches to identify the families who were not having any income. We also prepared packages and gave to the churches so that they can distribute to the families. Mr. President, I am happy to say that approximately 3,000 people who were the beneficiaries of this program are now gainfully employed. So this government is doing something right. 1,500 families are now again receiving income in their household. 1,500 families. But you know, Mr. President, we still have some vulnerable families living in Barbados. And the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, who is always looking after the vulnerable of this country, launched the One Family program in October 2023 to provide for some of those vulnerable families. It is a special assistance program that provides assistance to 1,000 families. We just did not go out there and handpick 1,000 families. We did a needs assessment to cater to the needs of the families. An opportunity is also given to young persons between the ages of 16 and 24 to enroll in the Job Start program. Mr. President, another program for the people of Barbados, young people. The Job Start program is managed by the Ministry of Labour, Social Security, and the third sector. This program started in February 2024 with some young persons who belong to the 1,000 families that we identified who have little or no job experience being a part of this program. They would not just be going out there to work, they would also be receiving a stipend. So they are benefiting from the job experience, they are getting a stipend that they can assist themselves. I don't know if it's lunch money, and I don't listen to a side Senator Boyce. It is something more than they had before on a daily basis. So they are getting the stipend from this program. And yes, you can speak to me after, so I can speak to the Ministry of People Empowerment, so you can adopt a family. I know you want to. Mr. President, on a daily basis, I come into contact with several persons who have genuine needs. And I have to interact with the various ministries for assistance for them. Very often, I do not say Senator Paris. I don't say Pat Paris from the Barbados Labour Party. I said, I am Pat Paris. Some of them don't know me. My job is to help all persons coming for assistance. Quite recently, a young mother who needed help urgently came to my office and poured her heart out to me, explaining her situation. It was the first time I was meeting her, and it was the first time she was meeting me. She only heard, go to this office, ask to speak to Pat Paris, and you're assured to get some assistance. Hearing her case, it brought tears to my eyes because her concern was genuine. When she left my office, I immediately went to work. I called the school that her child was attending to make sure what she said to me was actually happening. And I called the Ministry of People Empowerment to work on her behalf. The lady from the Ministry of People Empowerment visited her. They did a needs assessment. And I am happy to say that the young child and the mother, they are now comfortable, living in comfortable circumstances. The young lady came back to my office last week, and she too was emotional again. She did not come to ask for anything. She came to me to say thanks and how what I had done for her had made a significant difference in her life. She said, "You are my friend, and I will be calling you." This is the type of work that this caring Barbados Labour Party government do. Mr. President, I would like to use this opportunity to commend the minister and his staff at the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs for the work they are doing in providing programs and services that are aimed at reducing poverty and catering to vulnerable persons. Mr. President, I am smiling because when this program was implemented, the Barbados Labour Party had no end of criticism, and I'm referring to the Trust Loans program, which provides assistance for ordinary persons who did not have any collateral and could not walk in a bank to get as little as $5,000. They wanted to start their businesses. The Barbados Trust Fund loans came to their rescue. We got over the criticism in 2018 when this program was launched, and we are happy to know that we have people who are effectively managing their businesses. From November 2018 to January 2024, the Barbados Trust Fund loans has given 6,975 persons opportunities and provided training for 2,700 persons. Benefiting from this program, we have 2,671 females and 2,261 males. Mr. President, I know of several persons who have benefited and they were able to establish businesses in retail and distribution, services like nail technician, barbers, hairdressers, catering, and agriculture, to name a few. And they are happy and pleased that this government gave them the opportunity to open and own their businesses. These small businesses these persons operating these businesses will benefit from the Financial Institution Amendment Bill passed in this chamber recently. They will get a charge, but they will be informed and they will not just say it willy-nilly. I am referring to persons like Ingrid, who is selling chicken and chips on a Friday and Saturday night with all the relevant Ministry of Health authorities given to her, and Mavis, who is selling her pudding and sauce on a Saturday from their homes. Mr. President, from time to time, all these persons go to the bank and put down a little something for a rainy day, as the old people used to say. They look forward to seeing their bank accounts reach $1,000. They don't go every month, they go after paying their bills when they can afford it. But after several months, they go back and realize that the money is reducing, it is not increasing. Excuse me. This reduction is as a result of the monthly fees being charged. Mr. President, I stand here today making an appeal for Ingrid and Mavis to the commercial banks to consider not charging fees to accounts with a balance of $1,000 or less. These small business owners can benefit from this. It allows them to reach that $1,000 balance that they are trying so hard to achieve. Over the period of its operation, the Trust Fund has observed a notable emergence of female entrepreneurs operating businesses in subsectors that were predominantly dominated by males. These sectors include animal husbandry, vegetable farming, auto valet, auto mechanic, landscaping, joinery, carpentry, plumbing, tiling, construction firms, electrical installation, freighting, and yes, taxi operators. Mr. President, a BLP government is known for giving opportunities to females and uplifting them. This is evident when we look at the number of females in Parliament, the number of females in Cabinet today. And I would also like, through you, Mr. President, to remind this Honourable Chamber that a Barbados Labour Party government establish the National Commission on the Status of Women's Affairs in 1976. A total of 212 recommendations were made, and which saw most of these recommendations being implemented. And with the implementation of these recommendations, we saw a spectacular rise of women to prominence in this Barbados society. This, again, is done by a caring Barbados Labour Party government. Mr. President, I am happy to say that we are not like the Democratic Labour Party opposition, who tends to use their females and push them in a corner. They are only good for frying fish cakes and working at coconut bread and sales. We do it at the side of the road. We know how to do it. We care. We care. Mr. President, I continue to say that we listen to the people in opposition, in government. We are listening to them too. And we are doing so that we can hear what they're saying. We fix the problems they are facing them head on, fix them. When we came to government, before we came to government, we did something called BLP on the road, where we went to all the constituencies across this country. We listened to the people. We heard them. And immediately on coming to office, we fixed the problems of the people. Mr. President, this one again is near and dear to me. The water woes of the people living in St. Joseph, St. Thomas, and St. John was one such promise that we kept. On All Year's Day in 2015, when most persons were out looking to see what they're going to wear to church or what they're going to wear to the party, the then opposition leader, Mayor Amor Motley, and her team, we went to St. Joseph, we went to St. Thomas, and we went to St. John to hear, we were in opposition, to hear firsthand and see the experiences and promise them relief, and we did. Mr. President, I can speak of the horrors of the residents of St. Joseph, what they went through. I remember the many times I said to my family members who did not have water for weeks, bring your clothes by me and wash them. The many times I cooked for them so that they could be comfortable. I felt their pain. In December, though, 2021, the government honored the pledge made to the people of these parishes in 2015. That is when the reservoir in Castle Grant in St. Joseph was commissioned. Mr. President, quite recently in this chamber, we vested lands to the NHC at Castle Grant in St. Joseph for public purpose. Persons moving into this development now do not have to worry about water woes. Mr. President, I am also happy for the people of St. Joseph because this large housing development was the first major one for this parish since 2004. And I repeat, this housing development was the first major one for St. Joseph since 2004. parish, the parish of St. Joseph, was neglected by a Democratic, I'm saying it slowly, Labour Party government who abandoned the outpatient clinic in Horse Hill, leaving the residents of St. Joseph to catch 3 buses to go to the David Thompson Polyclinic. Mr. President, a BLP government fixed that, and the residents of St. Joseph from May 2021 now have a spanking new outpatient clinic. The facility is more spacious. It is offering more services thanks to the Ministry of Health. They have free Wi-Fi, podiatry and mental health clinics, family planning clinic, and a pharmacy, and more. But I stopped there. About playing in St. Andrew. Mr. President, this government brought an end to the long wait times for the residents of St. Joseph, neglect again, when we brought the new electric buses that improved the long wait times at bus stops and in bus terminals. Mr. President, neglect is the word. The community center, we had a community center at Bathsheba in St. Joseph. The Democratic Labour Party government shut that down, abandoned it. But in June 2022, this government completed and opened the Hillcrest Community Center in Bathsheba. Not only is it a tourist attraction, persons from all across Barbados go there on a Sunday. Sometimes they take a drive down on a Sunday just to inhale the sea breeze and the nice scenery, the breathtaking view. Mr. President, I could go on and on about the neglect of St. Joseph and other rural parishes by the last administration, the Democratic Labour Party. St. John, they did nothing for the people of St. John, and they had a prime minister and a sitting MP. They neglected Gall Hill. They neglected Gall Hill. Roads like Fruitful Hill, Lower Parks, Spar Hill were neglected. Neglected. I am happy to say that these roads are now being fixed. But then again, St. Joseph, Senator, I don't listen to a side, but...
Please adjust the chair. Senator Powers, please adjust the chair.
Y'all were in government for 10 lost years.
Please adjust the chair, Senator Powers.
But then again, I am not worried. I am not worried about the neglect for St. Joseph. The Democratic Labour Party neglected the citizens of a whole country. A whole country. Not only St. Joseph, St. John, and St. Thomas. A whole country. And I wonder why the north of the island, the people of the north of the island, were treated in this manner. Mr. President, when you are in opposition, you should speak to the people and hear their issues. Don't only criticize without saying how you would address these problems you are criticizing. You tell the people what you are going to do for them to help them with the problems that you claim that this Barbados Labour Party is putting on them. Especially when you know the damage that your government, your party caused this country. Mr. President, I will address you, but one thing I will not do, I will not put my hand in my chamber to address you. I will not disrespect this honorable chamber. Mr. President, there's a building, there's a building of the reservoir at Castle Grant.
Order.
Of this
Honourable Senators.
issues across Barbados.
Honourable Senators, please.
No, it did not.
Let the member be heard in silence. Please pass on, Senator Paris.
This Barbados, we did not address all the water woes of the people of this country. We are aware that the reservoir at Castle Grant did not resolve them. But the Barbados Water Authority is aware of the water woes still being experienced, and every attempt is being made to resolve them through water mains replacement projects. Some of the mains are old. They date back to 1860, and these mains are being replaced. It is being done through the strategically mains laying project. We have done some of the mains in urban Barbados, and we will be addressing the ones in rural Barbados. Mr. President, I am still working with a fire victim in an effort at getting her settled in a house. The fire occurred in early December, and today it is March 26th. That family is living in uncomfortable conditions because they cannot do any better. Fire victims suffer trauma from losing all their possessions, and it is also difficult for them to live in uncomfortable conditions during this time. Mr. President, I'm using this opportunity to ask the Ministry of Housing to consider allocating some houses or units for fire victims. I am not asking for the fire victims to stay in these houses for an indefinite period, but until they can get to be comfortable living in their homes. I know the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs is working, and they usually do, with these individuals to provide for them. So I'm asking that the Ministry of Housing allocate some houses or units for these persons until they can settle. Mr. President, included in these estimates, I see programs that continue to transform this country, our country. I am happy, Mr. President, that I'm given the opportunity to make a contribution to this debate today. I once again pledge my support to this bill, and I say to the people of this country that despite the challenges we face from 2018 and the criticism we are constantly receiving from the other side, we are doing programs to show that as a government, we take our manifesto pledges seriously and promises made are kept. We do not just talk. Mr. President, in closing, I want to commend the Prime Minister and her hard-working team for the good work they continue to do in ensuring that we provide a better life for the people of this country. Mr. President, I am obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Paris. Senator Cameron, Dr. Rogers.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for affording me the opportunity to speak in response to this appropriations bill. As I always begin on this occasion, I want to say how much of a privilege it is just to be standing here, to be a part of this process. As I constantly say, within this chamber, none of us are elected members. And so we are grateful to those who granted us the opportunity to be here, to be participating in the development of the country, recognizing that the nature of Barbados is such that this could be any 21 of thousands of people out there who are well educated and well qualified, and probably even more qualified than myself to be here. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity. And indeed, it is because of this humility that has existed within this chamber over the years and within the other place that Barbados has been able to make the strides that it has on the international stage. I do not think that it is any secret how Barbados is regarded throughout the region and throughout the world, not just in this iteration of our leadership, but throughout. I believe that it was not by chance that Sir Grantley Adams became the first premier of the West Indies Federation. Neither is it by chance that great Sir Errol Walton, not Sir, the Honourable, His Excellency Errol Walton Barrow, the Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow, is still quoted and has been quoted by every leader of this country since then, just on that little maxim that basically sets out what our foreign policy will be. In our interaction with other nations, we'll be friends of all and satellites of none. And therefore, it should come as no surprise that that is being taken up by other regional leaders at this point in time. I believe that the current Prime Minister of St. Lucia has quoted it probably more than Errol Barrow even said. It just speaks to the nature of what we have developed over time here in this country, and something that those of us who sit in this chamber and in the other place should seek to preserve in the little epoch of time that we've been given to serve. You know, I had the opportunity just last year to visit Egypt, sir, and I saw the pyramids, but one of the things that struck me when you heard the stories of the pyramids, when they were found, they were covered with sand. People didn't even know they were there. A great civilization that's lost in time. And I've said that to say that let us just remember, let us not take ourselves too seriously here, but recognize the serious job that we've been called to do in terms of the leadership of this country. Sir, as in all the estimates that appropriation bill debates that we've sat in, estimates are estimates. And basically some of the same issues will emerge from time to time as they have emerged this year and have over the last few years. But one of the things that struck me was in Senator Malalu's speech earlier this morning. He said, we need a change of governance. And this is something that I would have pointed to in one of my previous speeches on the appropriations bill, that in a small country like ours, small state like ours, we need to pull ourselves together. Yes, we'll have the little banter in terms of the party politics and so on, but when we come to this stage of national development and national debate, it is important that we recognize that in this little space of time, we need to use all the talents that we have. We need to listen to each other as we go forward, because the world is rapidly changing. I want to couch my reflection this afternoon, as you've always given me the latitude to do, sir. You know I'm not an economist or anything, so you give me a little chance to wax in terms of sociology and other little snippets I may have some experience in. I want to couch my words in the words of Alvin Toffler from his 1970 book, Future Shock. The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. We weren't taught that in Covenant College, sir. We were taught the eyes of all wait upon thee, O Lord, and thou givest them their meat in due season. We were taught humility to wait. And so, sir, Toffler's comments speak to the reality of the 21st century. It is a world that is constantly changing. In some instances, progressive, in others, regressive, and in most, we don't have a clue. That's just the reality of the world we exist in at this time. It therefore means that small island states like ours will have to be nimble to navigate the challenging waters of the international world. We will constantly have to learn, unlearn, and relearn in quick time, sir. Mr. President, we must be realistic in this country. There must be an element of sobriety when we're talking about national development. I've been resident in this country for over 39 years. And I can ever bet that every time a government changes, there are certain hot topics that will come up. One of them will be loans. So it was the bullet loan from Japan at one point in time. You remember those days, sir? Then it was the loan to build a new prison. And now it's loans, loans, loans. One of the things we have to be realistic about is that these measures are necessary for our survival. We may not agree with everything, but just recognize. We do not produce enough to generate the levels of foreign exchange needed to maintain the standard of living to which we have become accustomed, and which we crave, I dare say, in some instances. It therefore means we either borrow to cover ourselves, or we make adjustments to our way of living. You know, there's an old Bajan saying, sir, champagne taste and mauby pocket. And I'm saying this for all administrations. If we have a problem with borrowing and so on, get used to drinking mauby. Or make our mauby champagne. I can do it, sir, because Father Charles and myself, we actually change wine and water to the blood of Christ. Making mauby champagne can't be that difficult. That's just an aside. Of course, sir, the solution lies not in an either-or approach, but a both-and. It means that, yes, we have to recognize that we have to borrow for our survival, but we must temper that with cutting back on some of the excesses to which we've become so accustomed. And so given the level of borrowing that we have had to take on at this time, it will necessitate that some levels of belt tightening will also be necessary. And permit me to digress a bit, sir. When I was listening to the leader of government business yesterday, she said she doesn't watch a lot of television. I don't either, sir, but I used to at one point in time. And I used to watch a lot of Sesame Street. Yeah. And Sesame Street had this little story, sir, where on one occasion, this little figure called Cowboy X was running through the town, putting X's all over the place. And they couldn't get him to stop. And one little boy said, has anyone ever thought of asking Cowboy X not to write up the town with X's? I said, well, we never thought of that. So they went and asked Cowboy X, will you please stop marking up our town with X's? He said, well, sure I will. And everybody sighed a sigh of relief. And he said, from now on, I'll be Cowboy O. I thought of that, sir, in the first few minutes of the budget speech from the Prime Minister in the other place, when I heard there'll be no new taxes. There's a reality that we must face coming. Let's just hope that the effects of Cowboy O won't be as severe or more severe as Cowboy X. For we all walk the streets of this country, sir. We know that things are a bit tough out there for some people. People will be forced to make adjustments in their lifestyles. And as we heard, our economy has only just returned to pre-pandemic levels. Let's not fool ourselves. We grew out of a hole. We're just now at pre-pandemic levels. So let's not get all cock-a-hoop just yet. And while the economy has returned to pre-pandemic levels and is showing signs of further growth, as we heard mentioned by several speakers in this debate so far, the governor of our central bank has made it quite clear that it will take time before it trickles down to the ordinary people. So while we applaud all that has taken place in bringing us back to pre-pandemic levels, let's take it. Let there be an element of sobriety. I hope that no one will have to employ the measures that Trinidad Rio said he had to apply when Trinidad was going through its trying time. He wrote a song called The Poor Man's Furnishing Shop, sir, where he said he had to cut down on the features of some of the things he made. So he started making, in his words, wardrobes and presses and computer desks with no drawers. I won't quote any more of that song, sir. The honorable members can go and look it up. But he did say that members of parliament had started supporting his industry. And so there were people in parliament sitting on tables with no drawers. So hopefully no one will have to go there. It means, though, however, that the ordinary man and woman in the street will have to adjust their lifestyles, as I said. But it also means that government should also do some adjustment as well. Another bugbear that I believe has plagued every administration who has gone out of office, and the new one that has come in, consultants. You can almost write a book as what the arguments will be. Consultants. For as long as I can recall, administration after administration has accused the previous one about the number of consultants that it employs. I'll quote here a bit from, if I'm permitted, sir, a 2019 article from Barbados Today. The experience in this small economy is that government consultants/advisors become quasi-civil servants by their continuous loitering outside the state's treasury. In our case, some consultants are even loitering in Great Britain at great cost to the Barbadian taxpayers. That was 2019. And we can go back and back and back and hear about consultants. Government, therefore, will have to consider the optics, where there are large numbers of consultants. And now, Senator Malalu already spoke this morning to concessions. But the ordinary person is struggling. The ordinary person is struggling, waiting for the crumbs which fall from their master's table. As growth continues, and we pray that it continues, it is imperative that we find ways of ensuring that those at the bottom benefit from the growing pie. Housing has been mentioned several times already, and housing has always been one of those topics. Again, every administration has sought to deal with the housing problem. One time there was a calypso saying that the Minister of Housing was planting wooden pole. All over the country was planting everything. Houses, houses, houses everywhere. We're now thinking about 10,000 houses. But the reality, sir, is that many of the people for whom these houses are intended cannot afford them. They're not affordable. The cost of real estate in Barbados is very high. the cost of the houses are very high. And when you look through the schedules of personal emoluments, you recognize that there's a cohort of persons in there who can only dream about owning some of these houses that we're building. And so, sir, I believe that I would have mentioned it sometime before. One of the things that we may have to seriously consider is building some affordable, replaceable houses. What do I mean by that, sir? We cannot build anything to withstand some of the ferocious hurricanes that have been coming our way. So let's not put too much money into it. Build something that can be easily replaced and build some nice shelters where we can go when things get bad. I'm just thinking that that's a possibility. And so, while I commend the government on the work that it's been doing with the economy, let us not fool ourselves that there's a lot of hardship out there. There are a lot of challenges out there. And there are a lot of people who cannot participate in the pie because, as the central bank governor said, this trickle may not reach them anytime soon. In the area of sports, sir, I have to take a deep breath to do this. I wish to congratulate the University of Waterford. I wish to congratulate the University of Waterford for romping to victory in both the boys and girls section in the recently concluded BSAC finals.
There's no University of Waterford.
I meant Combermere, sir, for their victory. And I want to commend the young ones and their coaches and so on of all the schools for their participation and for what they would have achieved. I always remember, the period of COVID when we couldn't get out and so on. The little ones could not participate in those things. And it was good to see them out and about again, doing their bit, and to see them cheering their school. But it highlights a greater problem for us, sir. We need a proper state-of-the-art facility for our young people to pursue their athletic dreams. I know that there is a plan or a promise or an agreement with China to have a new stadium built, but we need that sooner rather than later for the sake of our athletes. I am still hopeful that the idea of the mini stadia could be expanded a little more than just putting up bleachers to diversifying some of the offerings at these places. I believe that we can put down a little, even if it's a little strip, a little running strip, to let children, especially in rural areas, to feel what the rubberoid course feels like before they have to come and just one day run. Right now we have our little children running down at knapsack without shoes and all kinds of things because they don't know on the I understand, but I just wanted to highlight, a youngster from St. Andrew who has great talent, or St. Joseph, as Senator Paris would have pointed out, who has talent, should not have to travel to town just to feel what a track feels like. Yes, I used to be an athlete too, so I was sprint champion of Lodge in 1990. A long time ago. Right. I played cricket too, I was captain. And it goes beyond just providing for our athletes, sir. It is about attracting sporting events here, attracting a carifta, attracting something like what we used to have before in the Texaco Games, where athletes from all over the world came to Barbados, and we had the facilities to do that. I think we can get back there, and we ought to get back there very soon. I wish to congratulate the management of Comey and all involved for keeping the Kensington Oval in the state that it is, that we could attract the T20 finals later this year, and I look forward to that event coming. And so there are some things happening in the area of sports, and I commend the government for the work it's doing, but I also wish to encourage us to move with haste in terms of the erection of a national stadium and the building out of those mini stadia that we've been promised, so that our young people and old alike can have facilities where they can go and exercise and practice. Sir, under the head of education, I wish to just make some short comments. Taking into context Toffler's statement, learn, unlearn, and relearn. It does not mean that reading and writing are not important. But what it speaks to is that in the 21st century, we'll need to have more than that. We'll have to have critical thinking skills, problem-solving skills. And for some time at the national level, we've been discussing the reform of our education system, a long time. Some solutions have been offered, some more radical than others. Under the previous administration, DLP-led administration, we saw the increase in the number of sixth form schools on the island, and I thought that that was a positive thing. I remember this because the first Barbados Scholarship winner from the St. Michael's School was Nathan Lovell, now Dr. Nathan Lovell. I remember him because he is one of my young people at St. George Parish Church. He plays the organ and so on. I was very proud. I understand it started under a previous administration, but that's the nature of Barbados. Everything runs into the other. That's why, as I've said before in this chamber, that our politics is very mild, because one can leave the bosom of one party and nestle in the other one within the twinkling of an eye. That's how it works. That's how it has always been. Likewise, I wish to also commend the Christchurch Foundation, Spring Memorial, and all the other schools that have gotten sixth forms that are performing well. And I want to especially commend the students and the teachers, the hardworking teachers at these schools. As I've said, teachers cannot be fully compensated for what they do. And so we must always remember that. I know people talk about the long vacation, but the reality, you need that vacation, because after spending a few terms in with the children, you need a break. They work extremely hard, and I want to thank all the teachers throughout the country. This administration has conceptualized the reform of the education system, which is outlined in its Reimagining Education in Barbados, the draft which was available from October last year. Perhaps the most provocative aspect of this proposal is the abolition of the Barbados Secondary School Entrance Examination, or the Common Entrance Exam. And while there's a suggested new method for transferring students, I still believe that there's still a lot of gray matter that needs to be deciphered there about exactly how the mechanism will work. So whenever we're changing a system, we have to recognize that there are people 3 years behind who are anticipating the current system. And so a quick mashup and buyback probably will not work. I said that to say that common entrance has always been in Barbados a very pivotal moment in a child's life. It's a pivotal moment in a family's life. And while I support the need for education reform, I'm happy, as I heard yesterday from Senator Watson, that there has been some decision to just take a little step back and let's do a little more. Thank you. I heard Senator Watson say that the Prime Minister said, so I have to give my source. Yes, the reform. I just said, I heard yesterday, you can. It's a pivotal moment in a child's life, sir, and let us not forget why common entrance came into existence. Long before Fimba, the soca artist, had sung his song about where you're from, what your name, who is your mother, who is your father. And I won't go on to say what the rest is. That was the challenge that people had. The common entrance allowed the child of the agricultural worker and the child of the doctor to sit in the same class once they had the ability. And we are thankful for that. But we do recognize that in the 21st century, what worked decades ago will not necessarily work now. But in terms of the transition, we have to be careful how we transition. Sir, the problem with common entrance may not even be common entrance itself. The problem with common entrance starts long before the day of the exam. We have a problem in our primary schools. Our children do not know phonics.
Yes.
There is a problem in the primary school. And that's what we have to work on. And I didn't even know what it was when I was doing it. I did not, as I told you before, I didn't grow up here. I went to school in St. Kitts. But I didn't know anything about continuous assessment or anything, but the school I went to, St. Teresa's Convent, we had exams at the end of every term. There were exams at the end of every term. So you learned things in little bite-sized chunks. You became familiar with exam conditions. And not only did we learn, we have exams at the end of every term, but from class 1, you were exposed to geography, you were exposed to science, you did French, wide base. One gets the impression that here we pump children up with math and English. And lots of lessons. Lessons from class 1. Infants, thank you. To pass an exam. And by the time the children get to first form, they're either burnt out or you realize that they didn't know the concepts anyhow. They were just coached to pass an exam. And we can't operate like that. We need to go back to the basics and deal with the basics and build from there. I agree with the continuous assessment because the reality is that you're just judging a child on one day. One day. If I get up with bad feels that day and can't do the exam, I gone. After years of work. So we need on 2 subjects. We need a system where we're continuously assessing our children, which has been raised in the education reform, thankfully. So that if this little boy, Johnny, he did well in first term and second term, but then you realize in third term things didn't work out so well, what happened? That you can go back and you realize there's more to him than this one exam. And sir, it shows up. It shows up 5 years after common entrance, where I think it said only about 30% of our children graduate with 5 subjects or more. 30%. And I get the impression, as I was telling Senator Drakes earlier, level for level. Sir, I looked at some of those common entrance exams. Let me tell you, those things hard. Yes. Level for level. Level for level, common entrance math is harder than CXC math. Level for level. So we're pushing these children. Give them little bits, little bite size. Let them experience the world. Let them learn. Actually learn. And so I think we can do something. And I would welcome education reform, but just do not let it be too drastic for our children. I am happy to learn, sir, that, as I said, there will be further reflection on the plan. One of the questions, though, sir, that I believe persons may ask, in a dwindling population of just under 270,000, and as Senator Nichols pointed out in a speech sometime in this chamber, every year there are less and less children doing the common entrance exam. What is the rationale for 2 new schools? Well, I would just presume that the issues which Senator Andwele raised this morning about the need for facilities for persons with disabilities may help in that regard. But you know, if I want to be facetious, when one looks at the areas where these new schools will be, Charleston Park, and the old St. Angeles compound, and so on, one is tempted to believe that they may be for a certain group. I'm just saying, sir. I always remember a 1989 calypso by Weston Crocrow, Corruption in Education. Your child could be bright like a lamp, but come from Laventille, forget Holy Name or Bishop Anstey, then again in there. Because you have to make space for Krishna, Ramesh, Ramdan, and Raj. Ramdan and Raj father have a big garage. And some know they're going before they write. Yes. You have to be real connected and have your party card to get the big shot schools here in Trinidad. So when they done fill up those big shot schools to the neck, they send the poor ones to the junior sec. Because only high class in the class. Fa la 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 la. But I leave it there, sir. All I say is that we welcome the discussion on education reform, but I also welcome the need for a broader look at it, a closer look at how we'll implement, because our children are involved, our parents are anxious, parents are concerned. Let's take some time, let's get it right. Let us work together and build it. I stole your speech, sir. Sorry. Just thought I'd ask. Sir, on the area of agriculture, I am happy that the Minister of Agriculture would have reported that there has been an increase in production, I believe he said in the year 2022, 23. and that is welcome. It is one of those areas that should always occupy a considerable portion of our time when discussing the appropriation bill. Why? Because all of life is still maintained by 12 inches of topsoil. As Senator Dr. Charleston Brathwaite, when he was here, former member of this chamber, constantly reminded us, food security must be paramount for us as a people. We must focus on food security. And it is something that we must do with a degree of urgency. However, as I've highlighted on more than one occasion, it is one thing to say we must grow more here. We must also train the taste buds of our children to eat what we grow, because they don't eat it, many of them. It requires effort, but it is imperative. Loans are just that, loans. They have to be repaid, and while we will seek to boost our productivity and foreign exchange earning capacity, we can also mitigate the strain on the economy by reducing the amount of foreign exchange going out by way of the importation of food. Sir, just last Friday we observed World Water Day. I don't know how many of the honorable senators know the theme for World Water Day was water for peace. And there's a reason for that. Because in about 9 years' time, about 40% of the world's population will not have access to water. And you know why it's water for peace? Because you can start fighting. You start fighting for it. And so, in the face of climate change and the challenges that we're facing, I wish to commend to us a food that, according to Daphne Ewing Chow, senior correspondent for the Forbes magazine, said, this food has all the markings of a global future trend due to its immense potential for food resilience and security. I believe we in Barbados here should invest in that food. Yes. It is a food called Artocarpus altilis, breadfruit. Breadfruit, sir. A full study on it has revealed that it is an energy-rich, low-fat food that is gluten-free, high in fiber and minerals such as calcium, iron, and potassium. Its protein is more digestible than the wheat, with higher essential amino acids content than staples such as rice, corn, wheat, potato, and soybean. What used to be fodder for the slaves has become the superfood of the 21st century. The stone that the builders rejected will become the head in the corner. But without this study, we do it. This is how we survive. This is what we've lived on for years, those of us of a particular vintage. But the problem is that our children aren't really eating it. And it is much more nutritious than any of the other staples. And we have it right here. We have to retrain the taste buds of our children. Yes, it has adverse effects, sir, but we don't worry about those. However, there is, however, sir, there's another matter under agriculture that I would wish to draw the public's attention to and your attention to, sir. In the lead up to the presentation of the appropriations bill, we have grown to the various ministries going to give an account of their stewardship in the well, as we call it. When agriculture was being discussed this year, in a response to a query from the leader of the opposition, regarding the medicinal cannabis industry. The minister, according to Starcom Network, reported, U.S. banking hurdles have stalled Barbados' efforts to establish a medical marijuana industry, despite government spending $17 million over 4.5 years on the project. According to the estimates, I believe on page 457, or 257, over the next 3 years, there's budgeted another $11.2 million for the industry. But the question is, are the banking hurdles likely to change? What is our plan for getting past these hurdles? I don't know. And what is causing these banking hurdles? In 2019, when we discussed this bill, sir, one of the things I would have cautioned us about was the definition of cannabis in the bill. The definition of cannabis. And that on that occasion, I sought to persuade the government to define cannabis for this purpose of medicinal cannabis as anything without a THC level of 0.3%. There was a reason for it. In 2018, the United States passed its Farm Bill. Every 5 years, the United States has a Farm Bill. And in the Farm Bill for 2018, for the first time, hemp was taken off the list of narcotics and legalized. And hemp there was described as cannabis sativa with a THC level of below 0.3%. And therefore, things like Charlotte's Web and all the other CBD that we get here, cannabinoids, are legal. Had we gone that way, I suspect we wouldn't have had the hurdles we're having now. Because what you have in your cannabis bill is an illegal substance at the federal level. It's legal in states like California and Colorado, but they have problems too. They have banking issues too, you know, sir. They have lots of issues because they can't trade across their borders. You can't trade between states because that's a federal crime. It's an illegal substance. And on that occasion, I warned us, if we go at the lower level, we can get through. The Farm Bill was due for reassessment last September. It was pushed to this September 30th, 2024. But there's an election in November. Are they touching that? So it's another 5 years of stalling. And all it requires, I believe, I may be wrong, all it requires is a simple amendment to that bill. Because currently, our bill is, though it says a medicinal cannabis bill, the cannabis there, because it's not properly defined, can be construed as marijuana, which is above 0.3%, which is illegal. And so it's still Lent, sir. It's still Lent, and you know, last time we talked about metanoia, repentance, a change of mind. There's still an opportunity for a change of mind. We can fix it. Sir, I'm speaking here just to ensure that Barbados can get the best it can possibly get. I did not vote against the medicinal cannabis bill because in principle I supported us doing something, but certainly, if we can fix this, think of all the other things we can do. Hemp is the most versatile plant in the world. Many of the great paintings, the Van Goghs and all those, were done on hemp canvas with hemp-based paints. Imagine what we can do as we build out our imagining education. We can create canvases where our children now can practice, and we don't have to worry about the major costs. We can do it here because they're just working, just practicing. Bed linen, clothing, every rope, anything you can think of. And you know the thing about hemp, sir? You can get about 2 or 3 crops a year. You know? Short-term crops. All it requires is one little change. I may be speaking simply. There may be more to it than that, and I'll be willing to hear the more. But certainly, I believe that little change can make a big difference. And all the medicinal properties that we want from cannabis, hemp has 300 times more CBD than marijuana with high levels of THC. But I will leave that there for the experts to deal with. But I still believe that there's an opportunity for us here. And so I want to encourage, listen, the reality is, sir, if we want to go with the high-level strain of THC, just recognize we're going to have a problem. And even if the market's open, the Emerald Triangle in California alone is 67 times the size of Barbados. 67 times the size of Barbados. So we can make our choice. My thing is, go at the lower level, diversify, see what products we can do to use here to help to build our own people up, and see how it can assist us in cutting down some of the things that we import of a versatile plant. And so, sir, I want to conclude my statements. I've been very short. I yield my 15 minutes to Senator Nurse. I want to also encourage the government, and this is a very serious matter, sir. I take this one very seriously because, again, I raised it in 2019. Do not offer the Rastafarian community promises that you cannot keep. Do not offer the Rastafarian community promises that you cannot keep. I know that we're talking now about assisting them and helping them in their develop their medicinal cannabis, whatever, sir. If you have a problem, they have a problem, and they're already frustrated. They already feel like they've been victimized over the years. So let's be real. Let's go to the guys and let them know what the problems are and why we can't do X, Y, or Z. Let them know how far you can go with them. Perhaps you may have to tell them that all I can offer you is hippie weed, hippie disappointment, which is what hemp is called. Hippie disappointment. You have to be real with them, sir. They see themselves as an oppressed community. They see themselves as a disadvantaged community. They see themselves as a community that has been oppressed over time. Don't offer them another carrot that you cannot provide. With that said, I wish to once again commend the government for the appropriations bill. Managing a country like Barbados in a time like this can never be an easy one. And I want to commend all those technocrats in the ministries who work tirelessly day and night to do what they do to keep Barbados running. But I also want to remind the government that, as Senator Watson said yesterday, quoting somebody, 30 out of 30 is not 100%. There's great hope for our country. There's great hope for our country, and you have been elected to lead this country at this time. These estimates suggest in many areas that we are seeking to keep apace with the shifting tides, the international waters. But also be aware, as I've had reason to quote in this Parliament before, pay attention to what the people are saying, even if it appears to be a minority. Even if people appear to be silent, pay attention to the silence as well. Because as Edmund Burke once said, don't just run after those who, as one former prime minister would have said, belong to the How Great Thou Art choir. But listen to the sound of silence. Edmund Burke once said, because half a dozen grasshoppers hidden under a fern make the field ring with the noise of their importunate chink, while thousands of great cattle lie chewing the cud silently in the shade of an English oak. Do not ever imagine that those keeping the noise speak for all the inhabitants of the field. Listen to the silence. Listen to the silence. The road ahead will require a concerted effort on the part of us all. And I will end as I began. We have been afforded this opportunity at this time, in this place. We're not elected officials. We've been chosen to be here. We've been given an opportunity that thousands others could have had and qualified to have. Let us use the opportunity. Let us work together to build a Barbados which is sustainable and can support future generations. Let us not be counted as the illiterate of the 21st century. Those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Cannon and Dr. Rogers. Senator King.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to start by saying I listened very carefully yesterday, and last couple of weeks also, to a lot of the conversations happening, not only in these chambers, but on the call-in programs, in the streets, in the newspapers, and something was mentioned yesterday by Senator Drakes that really caught my attention when she mentioned that a middle class was under pressure at this time in Barbados. Remember that? And listening to a lot of the conversations, marches and all the other things going on, one would think that the honorable members within the Senate, the Prime Minister, Cabinet, backbenchers, are all minions out of hell, hell-bent on destroying Barbados. You listen to some of the comments and you ask yourself, are we in the same place? One former Prime Minister once made a statement that people use very often. Barbadians have short memories. But I want to use a personal story, if I can, sir, to give people a sense of where I will be going when they get to understand from whence I have come. As a young man, I got my first job at government industrial schools. Young person. I went into that job as a supervisor, dealing with youngsters who were basically around my age group, or in some cases, some were even older than I. It was a job that I loved. Loved it. Taught me a lot of things. I had the opportunity to get in-house training by very competent persons within the civil service, came in there to teach us various things from counseling, all sorts of things. Then I had the opportunity to go to Mona to do what was then a social work course, Principles and Practice of Social Work. And I came back to Barbados as a young person, 24, full of ideas and energy. And one of the things that I had said to myself, at the time I was still just getting active in crop over to as a Calypsonian, but one of the things that I said then was that I wanted more than anything to be the principal of that institution at some point in time in my life. And Calypso was supposed to be my little contribution to culture. My life went in a complete different direction, Mr. President, because of an allegation that was a lie. As a young person working, Mr. President, at that time, I'm not as mature or as hard as back as broad as I am now. But at that time, that thing bothered me. That thing bothered me so much that I could not stand to go to work, a place that I loved. I could not stand to go to work. And I left it, and I went into music full time. I say that to say this. When people, and I speak generally, when people set out to purposely mislead or malign persons, the damage that you may cause in the name of politics or whatever else it is cannot be repaired. I'm going to say it again. It cannot be repaired. It can be managed, but it cannot be repaired. And those of us who come in or have the privilege to come into this space to represent the interests of our brothers and sisters, neighbors, family members, friends, relatives, whatever, have a bound duty to ensure that whatever we say is steeped in fact and is with the intention to improve whatever it is that we are discussing. To improve whatever it is we are discussing. Mr. President, at that juncture, I went into, like I said, music full time. And I then had to, again, leave this country to find work in other spheres. Came back home in 1994 and resumed my career up until 2008. Up until 2008. In 2008, there was a world recession. Remember it quite well. People talk often about the lost decade. I'm going to tell you about loss because I know about it. Real, not just talk, real loss. Mr. President, having at that particular point in time working in hotels across Barbados, that became the major thing for me. Occupancies went down. First people who get cut are the last people to be able to get paid were people in my section, musicians. Mr. President, you have your bills to pay. Not that the money is not there, but sometimes you're working from weeks on end, and when you get a check, the check is for 1 week. Can't see your way. Banks calling, want their money for mortgages. Not a boy to help you. And you know what I went through, Mr. President? Loss of house, loss of family, loss of voice, can't work no more. In fact, I bring a little levity to this discussion now before we get back serious. In fact, I had, according to a song, very popular song, a big fat dog. I had one. He's the last one to leave. He's the last to leave. It is me, it was myself, and the dog. Just the two of us, like the song says. Just the two of us. And one day, the dog come home, he look at me, shake his head, walk through the gap, never come back. That, all of that, under who? Under who? I can tell you, a Democratic Party. And the previous problems, under who? A Democratic Labour Party. I'm not saying that the Democratic Labour Party is responsible for my problems, but I had to make a connection between what is happening then, as opposed to when I returned to Barbados, and as opposed to when government changed again. So that when we talk about loss, or people come here and try to make people believe that this government has done absolutely nothing for the benefit of the people of this country, I can tell you, I never was interested in politics. But as Edwin Yeager said in his song, a voice in my head tells me, John, get up and fight. Because if you don't get up and say something or get up and do something, you're contributing to the problem. And so I did that. And here we are. today still battling from the effects of that administration. But people would like you to believe that everything cured already and that we're back on track and it's easy. Well, I'm here to bring a little sanity to this discussion because some of the things that I hear sound like something straight out of J.K. Rowling, Harry Potter. As if somebody in here could pick up a wand and say, abracadabra, money come down, boof! You got money, everybody can get paid. And everything solved. I never see it in my life yet.
Instant transformation.
Yeah, instant transformation. Bang! What do you think? You had one with a woman that's twinkles, she knows. Be rich. But some people sound so. Like to be rich. Because you can't be living in Barbados. We're living in here fairyland. There's an easy fix for this. It is no start. That's the point I gotta make. It is no start. I went through it 2 consecutive sessions with the same people. And people come in here, bring this nonsense. As if all of a sudden, the honourable members here sitting and the others in the other place, we don't have families. We don't have friends. We just drop out the sky and decide that we can come and mash up Barbados and go on. Well, any person with any modicum of understanding would know that you have people I went to school with who will be depending on me. People I grew up with who will be depending on me. Relatives, I got children. Well, why would I want to associate myself with any person or persons whose sole intention is to cause destruction? It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. And criticism is great because you learn if you live, and I want to thank Senator Rogers, because if you listen, you can't know everything. You can't get everything right. But at least if someone has another view that you can listen to, you can make the adjustments where necessary. At the end of the day, say over and over and over and over, if a disaster, be it climate change, be it whatever happens on this island, who do we have to turn to? Who are we going to turn to? Ourselves. So that the conversations that we have must remain constructive and not making jabs at personalities or people. You know, it's interesting that I hear a lot of people now talking about educational transformation. Everybody got a lot of fancy talk as to what it is and what should happen, and I find it really interesting. Because when I went to school, there were a lot of things that people wanted to teach me I had no interest in. None. And I make no bones about it. If I'm not interested, I am not interested. That is my right. As a human being, that is my right. But did they have anything in the system at that time other than the basics as was mentioned in here? Now, if I wanted to learn about the business of music, they have it. If we wanted to learn about intellectual property and all these things, they have it. But now that we're at that point, we were ready to accept that the job market is changing and that there are opportunities for our people in various new businesses coming out. I mean, whoever thought that at some point in time you have something called a content creator making millions upon millions of dollars? The world is changing. And so therefore, Mr. President, we must open up our minds to be able to grasp that. One of the things I keep hearing the economists talk about is the diversification of the economy. I totally agree. I get it. I agree with them 100%. But do you expect that, again, we could get back to Harry Potter and say abracadabra, everything changed? It doesn't work like that. I mean, we transitioned from sugar to tourism. Has anybody done a study as to how long that took before it took root and it became what it is today? I don't know. Maybe they did. I've never seen any paper or heard of any paper. But the point is, we are here as tourism being our main driver at this particular point in time. I want to proffer that sport can also be an integral part of that diversification. You know, we have done some good things in this country. And because we hate ourselves so much, we cannot even acknowledge that we did good things. For those of you old enough to remember, we had something called a hockey festival years ago. People from all over the world come to these shores to play hockey. We still have a Masters football tournament that people from England, teams from Canada, from all about, come to Barbados to be a part of it. Imagine, Mr. President, if we were to take these things a little bit more seriously as outlined from the Ministry of Sport. This is part and parcel of what they're seeking to do, to build out a unit dedicated to ensuring that sport becomes a viable business and career opportunities. We have a lot of young people coming out of UWI, that sports program there. You have to begin to think differently in terms of how we view this building out. And this is one of the ways that we're going to be able to do that. I want to just remind Senator Rogers, maybe he didn't hear, where as it relates to the tracks. But I believe that the Honourable Minister did mention that they were seeking to build 2 tracks, one in the north in St. Lucie and one in the east where the wise men come from, the very wise men. And it was a very wise decision on their part to put it in the east, where for many years a lot of great sporting figures would have come from that place. And so I just wanted to give you that information. But as we seek to build out and diversify in sports, we must also take into consideration, as a person who has worked in social work, the value of sport to the society beyond the economics of it. You know, I've said this in other forums before. I made friends all across this island by playing football, by playing rugby, by playing basketball, by playing cricket. Some of my friends are lifelong friends from other schools. I remember the first time I went to CP to play a rugby match. And there was a fellow there by the name, a nurse, I won't call his first name, but he hit me so hard. He and I are friends up until today. Every time I see him, he reminds me of it. But he lived in the north of the country. I live in the east. And we became good friends over sport. Big men and young men gathering together over the same sports. You have knowledge passed on. When I talk about me going into the government industrial school to work, one of the things that we had there was a very vibrant cricket program and boxing. Out of that program, we have young cricketers. Some of them better play their trade in England. And we produce some of the best boxers that Barbados ever had as young amateurs who represented Barbados from government industrial school program, which was, again, in association with the National Sports Council. And I think that oftentimes people do not give the Sports Council the kind of kudos that it deserves for the work that it has done over the years. And I want to do that. We need to rectify that. But you could see our young women, cricket is a big deal now. And again, they're talking about ensuring that the women's game gets some more attention. We all celebrate Hilly Matthews for what she has been able to do. But let her be one of many. Jason Holder and the other players, let them be one of many. This country, in the game of cricket, has produced not only the greatest cricketer the world has ever seen, a long line of great cricketers, the greatest that the world has ever seen. If you start to call names, there are people who played first division cricket in Barbados who couldn't even get into the Barbados team, or could not even get into the West Indies team. I'll give you a little story, and I always like to reiterate it. I'm in England in 1994, and I think it was 1994, 1995, somewhere around there. But it was the Ashes series going on in England, and I was watching it on television. And one of the commentators, I don't remember which one it was, but he mentioned that he had just come back to England from Barbados. And he went on this cricket ground called Dover. And he saw fast bowlers, unbelievably fast. And his comment was, they seem to be manufacturing them in Barbados. I remember that. Yeah. He said they seem to be manufacturing them in Barbados. I felt so proud. Yeah, I agree. That's probably because of the bear fruit. It's for real. But the thing is that we did that with very little structure. This is one of those things that kind of like organically grew. Now that you have the ministry responsible for sports saying, we are going to put it in a more structured way, I believe that this is going to be a good time to help combat some of the problems that we are having with our young men in particular, by getting them actively involved in sports. And if when we have the ministerial, we can create some semi-professional games or leagues, basketball, volleyball, road tennis, football, whatever it is. We can pick 5 and begin there. What you're doing, you're creating jobs, because you're going to need trained coaches, you're going to need physiotherapists, you're going to need psychologists, and all the other things that go along with any of a major league in the world. You're going to need all of those skills. You're also going to need to reach out to your diaspora, where you have a number of people across Britain, across the United States, and across Canada who are active in college and universities and all of these kinds of things. And for those of you who have been following, I just want to make this point. We had a huge furore, I think it was a week ago or maybe 2 weeks ago, over a Barbadian in Canada being able to get road tennis into a program with, I believe it was either the firefighters or the police department there. These are things that we must not allow these opportunities to go past us. We must be able now to build on these things. There's money to be made, jobs to be created, even from the building of the equipment, the designing of the gear. I mean, the list is endless if you begin to think about it. But it will not, again, it will not happen overnight. But we have to begin the steps now to build out these areas for ourselves. Culture. This is always an interesting part of what we do. The emphasis on national identity, more than anything else. Oftentimes when we talk about culture in Barbados, people just think of crop over. And they say, oh, crop over, that is our culture. But there's intangible culture. There's built heritage. There's so many things. And in those particular areas, we've been able to begin the process of unlocking what potentially can be a great money earner for us in a place that we've overlooked for many, many years called the archives. There is so much information in the archives, which is one thing that the British did well in Barbados, is to document everything. Everything. Ship manifest, how many ships came in, what, you can find it. If you're looking for births, you're looking for land ownership, you have all of that information. And in today's world, where information is king and has a high premium in terms of value, we have got to be able to unlock that. And we've started that process, Mr. President. In fact, when I heard some persons mention about people losing jobs in one area, I know for a fact, because I was involved heavily in that at that particular point in time, where a number of young people had the opportunity to find employment in helping to start the process of digitizing the archives. And I know that that program continues and is going to be bigger as we go forward. That, again, will create jobs for persons, whilst giving us the opportunity to unlock what economic gains we can get from that. So that when I hear people saying that we need to diversify, the process has begun. But as I said earlier, we have to give these things time. It is as the Governor of the Central Bank says, it will not happen overnight. It's a trickle-down effect. I heard someone say that they don't want to hear nothing but no more trickling. But if you don't want to hear, put on earmuffs. Because it's not going to change. It will not change. It will not change. You can't just imagine that everything is just all up, boom. It doesn't work like that. No, man. It don't work so. So we have to have not only just patience, but an understanding of how these things work. It's not as easy as we think. It's not as easy as we think. I mean, and let me not say that. Let me just continue. But we have the potential within ourselves to do a lot things outside of the norms to create jobs and to give people, I use this word, hope. And I say that, hope, because that is something that I heard people talking about also. But they forgot, Mr. President, when we talk about housing, these are big ticket things that people talk about, that there was a program called HELP. House every last person. I remember it well. And it was a monumental failure. A monumental failure. And what could a new government coming in to do? Give hope. I have to give you hope because the help didn't come in. You didn't get the help that you were talking about. So now you learn that it is not, again, as easy as you think. You just come out of a freak storm. Now, here we go. Here it is. We come out of a freak storm where people lost their homes. Let's not play games. A lot of people lost their homes. I was a minister at the time and I would walk all across St. Philip West, going to people's, trying to console people. Roofs gone. Blow off. People crying. Old people. In the middle of the night, I'm going to go across, close to you, out that side, and get two old gentlemen, middle of the night, out of the house. My one, can't hear old people, they had to help me and put them in my van and get them to a safe place. And give thanks to God. Because you know, after the storm, the dam, when I went back out there, like 2 houses were gone. The 2 houses were gone. And called the OP, I had Gurkha to get them 2 old fellas out of the house. They don't want to move. Don't want to move. Don't want to move. So I said that. They said if you want to argue, but I say we want to produce 10,000 homes. Good Lord, man. We just have to rebuild. You could go all across the island and see spanking new houses that people have. And those are not counted in the 10,000, but those are the repairs. After they had a similar incident before we came to office, and nothing was done to help nobody. I don't remember the name of hurricane because it's traumatic for me to think about it. Thomas. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, man. Oh, Lord. Thomas, man. Huh? Ask how many people got help in that. In fact, Mr. President, I may be wrong. I may be wrong. But I'll tell you this, I cannot remember in my 60 years of living any program after any hurricane since Janet that the government went out of its way to do the things that we have done. I don't, as I said, I could be wrong because I don't know everything, but I cannot remember of any extensive program that was taken out prior to this one since Janet. In fact, I learned that after Janet, we had to bring in people from England and all kinds of places to help with the rebuilding, architects and all sorts of things to deal with that. And we've been able, if you're really serious, you want to know how people really feel, not the makeup things that people coming in here telling people. People watching, of course they're watching.
Just to caution you, Senator King, I don't think you're suggesting that anyone make anything, bring it in here. You're talking about people outside of here.
Of course.
Oh, I just want to be clear.
Of course, Mr.
Yeah, yeah.
President. I would never do that.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Yes. People on the outside making up things and saying that people are watching, but of course people are watching. People have to watch to understand what is going on in their country and who's looking after the interests. Of course, yes, the Honourable Prime Minister said it. Give me the vote and watch me. And what did they do to get you once, to give it twice? You are the one coming. You are the one coming. You are the one coming. And all the things that I hear, I know people well. The Barbadian public, Mr. President, sent a signal to the then Democratic Labour Party in 2013. They ignored it. I know that if I had a large majority first time around, and then I barely scraped home on the second time, that's a message. That is a message. And if you ignore the message and continue on the same trajectory, then when the people say, I done with you, then you can't, thank you, Senator. You can't get vexed. You can't get vexed with the people who win. But then they put themselves there. We didn't all go to the polls and say, okay, Senator King, vote for Senator Crystal Haynes and vote for this body, that body, that, and nobody else went and vote. Democratic Labour Party people went and vote. And those that didn't go and vote stayed home to ensure that their government did not win. So it doesn't matter what the percentage is, it is the outcome. It is the outcome. It is the outcome. And I wish we could say that it is minor. But it ain't minor. It is very telling. It's very telling. It is very telling. It is very telling. It is very telling. It is a telling indictment on the incapacity of the then administration to do what it was called to do. But it is easy, Mr. President, say all the time, that when the shoe is on the other foot, it is easy for anyone to say, you should do this, or you should do the third, or you should do the next, until you get in the position where you have to see what it is that you got to deal with. But yes. I am sure that the goodly senator would not mind if I said that, you know. She had a wonderful role in helping us to do the things that we needed to do. I am sure. But I digress. And I don't want to digress because I want to really get people to understand. Understand that this exercise, even though we have a lot of grandstanding outside of this building and a lot of strange going-ons and a lot of things on the internet, people saying and all this thing happening outside of here, that the real work is done here. The real work is done in here. And it is important that we do not give in to, shy away from, back down. You got, as the old people would say, you got to bat your hand when you're batting. Because when we came to government, you make it the bad. Huh? You make it the bad. So you had to come in, like any good batsman. You pitch horrible. You had to come in and watch and see how the ball playing. And as one of my favorite cricketers like Goins would do, he push here, he prod yonder. Next thing you know, he's 100. Next way you got a century. You had to deal with sewage in the streets. Lord mercy. Yeah. I mean, people say, but when you got to keep talking about all the time. Yes, you have to. Because when the people who caused the problem want to talk as if they have clean hands, they had no problems underneath them, that everything was honky-dory. In fact, it was a person who said that downgrades mean nothing. Right? They don't mean anything. Now you hear people arguing about, oh, the Prime Minister, she's all over the world flying about, she don't look at Barbados and whatever. But how you think you get the loans and the other things that you are getting to unlock certain things for you by being silent? But that'd be like me saying that I want to be an international singer. And I have been saying, Philip, behind the bush singing. When anybody can see me, they didn't know I exist. So, if the Prime Minister does not go out on the road, so to speak, like a good musician would, and make yourself known to the rest of the world, get people to understand what are the problems that you face based on the structure, or the global structure, how people view us as smaller and developing states. Somebody has to be, you got it. Look, my father used to tell me all the time, John, get up and open your mouth and talk to people and don't pretend and don't be nice about it either. God, if you vex, you vex. Don't pretend you're happy when you're sad. Because nobody can take you on. So you got to get out there and talk to people. This is the first time ever in the history of Barbados that you could think of any person who had the privilege to lead this country. Wonderful place that it is. Outside of a singer, outside of Rihanna. You can imagine, outside of a singer, to bring attention to the problems that we have. Problems that have been going on for centuries. Not years, centuries. And you want the person to stop now? Yeah. Don't say anything no more. But we had a Prime Minister that didn't say nothing. And what happened? He said nothing, and what happened? Absolutely nothing. Or imagine, or we had, let me not forget, one of the greatest songs ever written in Barbados was a song called These Are the Good Things. Without saying anything. Without saying anything. It said a lot. Imagine. A wonderful song. But it just shows you the creativity that abounds among our people to have a social commentary on what was happening at a particular point in time, which we cannot deny. as much as we would like to deny, we can't deny it. And so, Mr. President, as we continue to try to bring some semblance of stability to this island, I want to just make a few comments on the work of Minister Humphrey. You know, the welfare of our people on many, many different levels. You saw it during COVID, where that particular ministry, and I believe the same way that we complimented the nurses and the doctors and all those persons who work within that ministry need to be complimented for the work that they did during COVID and post-COVID. Those persons were putting up packages. They were going to people's homes, long days, long nights, and it went almost unnoticed, you know. And again, during that period, it just struck me because I heard people talking about jobs and different things that were not happening or should have happened. They had community health officers that were out there and directing persons to various things. You had school monitors. I mean, all of these things happening in the midst of a pandemic, something that the world had not seen for at least 100 years. And it means to tell me that after all of that, it amounts to nothing. It amounts to nothing in some people's eyes. Oh, how blind is he that would not see? My mama used to say something like, how you get so? How you get so? And that is why I started, Mr. President, by talking about being factual where things are concerned. There's another thing that I want to touch on. And again, we use myself as an example because I am very clear about who I am. And I don't back down from nothing and nobody. Never did, never will. I heard on more than one occasion, people make reference to the concept that freedom of speech in this country is under threat. I hear it all the time. Freedom of speech in this country is under threat. And I like to go to this wonderful machine and watch and listen to these people talking. And they're pushing this narrative over and over and over and over and over. Yes. Yeah. Oh, Lord. I can tell you. They're pushing this narrative all the time. And let me tell you about something that happened to me. And again, I am very clear on me, so I don't have to worry. But, Senator Rogers, you'll be interested to know that I was on a cruise ship that belongs to my church, right? Working, doing my little ministry. And I came off this ship, 2011 to be exact. Come off the ship, and as soon as I come off the ship, a gentleman saw me and said, John, man, what the people in Barbados doing to you? So like, what? Man, what the people in Barbados trying? Why people in Barbados trying to mash up you what? I just got home off a ship. Show you how things is. It's in a cyber nothing, no. This is just people talking. An allegation. Oh, Lord. The biggest thing in Barbados. John King. Mr. Speaker, I can say what you're gonna say. Tell me before I say anything.
You can say anything once within the rules of the Senate.
Once it's within the rules of the thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Their standing order,
They said-
content of speeches, I think there's standing order 37, please be guided accordingly.
Yes, thank you. I want to be guided by you. I won't go into specifics. But there's this allegation. And everywhere I went, for a period of time, people behind me and busy info. You go to a funeral, you want your good friends, you can't stand up by coughing. It got so bad that I watched my children almost go crazy, having to deal with it in school. Having to deal with it at school. And you got people saying that cyber bill, freedom of speech, down. People are free to say what they want. But at whose expense? But at whose expense? And the damage that it caused to people. Senator.
Please address the chair. Direct to me. It doesn't have to go through me. Direct to me. Speak to the chair, please.
If you have experienced it, then you would know exactly what I'm talking about. You would know exactly what I'm talking about. So that if we have people walking around and saying that the only reason why a cyber bill is only about people don't want people to say something about ministers, and you're creating this particular narrative when you know full well that it is a lie, that it is more than that. That there are all kinds of things within that deal with what's happening. Mr. President, the generations that we have to deal with now, our younger generation, they're not built like us. We come along with people saying things like sticks and stones can break my bones, but hard words can't. It does not apply in 2024. Not with this generation. There are too many instances of young people taking their own lives, being bullied. Being bullied in that space. In that space. So for people to try to put in people's head that the bill, the only thing about the bill is that it's to stop people from criticizing ministers. Ministers get criticizing all the time. Mr. President, I'm a Calypsonian. I don't want to be ashamed to say I am a Calypsonian. No, I am a Calypsonian. And I'm telling you that if there's anybody that gets censored in this country, it's Calypsonians. If there was anybody that gets censored, it's them. You have to be able to know how to craft things to say it without saying it. Right? So, if you want to talk about all of these things, let me get to the facts, to the real meat of the matter. Right? But when we continue to try to make or create fear in the populace, trying to destabilize everything for the sake of points, political points, not understanding, or I should say not understanding, not fully appreciating the damage that untruths do. to people, and to people's families. I find it disgusting, to be quite honest. Abhorrent, the words that I hear. I find it to be that. And we have to, at some point in time, the reason why you gotta get to these things, because oftentimes, Mr. President, anytime a government, and don't care which government it is, has to constantly be creating laws to battle these kind of things, it tells you that the society is out of ethics. Because any person or persons who had a good upbringing will know there's certain things you do not do. Nobody shouldn't go make a law to stop you from doing it. But it tells you where we are at. But Mr. President, as I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few things. But I want people to remember these few words. Stay the course. The battle is not over yet. There's a lot of things that we have to do. And keep your trust in those who care about you. Do not be fooled. Do not be hoodwinked by words. Actions speak much louder than words. And with those few words, sir, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator John King. I'll ask Madam Deputy President to take the chair for a few minutes.
The chair recognizes Senator Kevin Boyce.
It's after 5, so it's good evening, Madam Deputy President. I don't think I've had the pleasure to address you in this capacity, and as whom I have to address for the purposes of the debate. Madam Deputy President, we find ourselves here today, despite what we've heard, to debate the Barbados estimates, 2024 to 2025. And I think over the past 48 hours, there's been a riveting discourse. And before that, we heard the discussion in the other place. And I rise now to give my small contribution towards the same. In doing so, like any good speaker, it's perhaps important to paint a picture as to where we are in 2024 as we have this debate. Now, the financials, this beautiful purple document, as well as the available resources online, show that currently debt to GDP stands at 114%. Growth is at 4 to 5%. Unemployment is at 8.3%. Inflation is at 5%. And one of our useful metrics is that we have 33 weeks of import cover. We have this fiscal picture, milady, Madam Deputy President, and we look and see how we get from where we are to where we want to go. So I understand that the government's intention is to move the debt to GDP from 114% to 60%. We wish to maintain the growth currently held between 4 to 5% and get the unemployment back to the 7.2. I'm inferring that last one to where it was last year, which I understand was a record low. Inflation at 5%, I believe, is reasonable, but we could always aim for a lower inflation mark especially when considering how other places are doing. Now, these lovely facts, ma'am, of course, vary depending on your perspective. In other words, these are economic indicators, but what do they mean? What do they mean to our active citizens? What do they mean to the man on the platinum minibus? What do they mean to even us who sit and stand and talk in here? What I've heard seems to bring home the fact that your perspective impacts your perception, which therefore impacts your reality as to what you see based on these figures. In other words, it seems the government side sees it one way, the opposition sees it another, while the independents maintain a more rational perspective. And I could expand this more to say that perhaps these indicators are viewed in one way by those who sit in boardrooms, in another way by those who work in the proverbial fields, and in another way by those who are entrepreneurs trying to carve their niche out. If we wish then to perhaps have another debate, my speech is gone, and maybe that is fortuitous. If we wish then to have a debate, see it's restarting. If we wish then to have a debate, it therefore puts us in a position where we are forced to let's look at what is before us in terms of, there is a saying, ma'am, which I'm sure you've heard. Men lie, women lie, but numbers apparently don't. Now, they say that, but they also say that you can get statistics to prove whatever you want. So let's look at where we are.
Yes.
Government stated objective and intention is to grow the economy and protect the vulnerable. I have just set out, Madam Deputy President, where we are in terms of the fiscal map. The growth is to be achieved inter alia, and I can say that as you are now sitting there, by a number of measures, one of which is the utilization of tax credits in certain areas. First area is the technological, let's put this on the technological group, which is the tax credit of 100% for local companies digitizing or re-engineering their business processes. I am in a lot of support for this, and I believe it takes advantage of the leap in digitization that came out of COVID. There is a proposed 50% tax credit for centers offering artificial intelligence, coding, robotic, and digital training. I believe that this is certainly ambitious.
Senator, you may want to pause with the ambition so that the president can return.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. Voice, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was enjoying your absence, but I am glad to see your return. So, Mr. President, I was speaking in terms of the proposed tax credits that provided in the estimates. First being under the area of technological, and I had set out that the fact of digitization and the 100% tax credit is certainly something that will take advantage of the leap from COVID. We have all been forced to utilize the machinery. It is certainly something that I believe local companies should take up enthusiastically. There is then the proposed credit of 50% tax for offerings of artificial intelligence, coding, robotics, and digital training. I see this as ambitious, but certainly linked to any growth policy. And then, of course, the 50% tax credit for construction of laboratories. I was not aware as to the extent or the nature of the laboratories, but I'm sure the government in their explanation segment will expand. Sir, means of growth under what we'll call the social ambit is the 50%, or maybe this falls under protection mechanism, is the 50% tax credit for the provision of elderly care facilities and hospices. Now, sir, we are aware of our aging demographic, and we are all, I think, in here aware of family members who have reached a certain age. Certainly encouraging in the demographic that we have businesses to invest in elderly care facilities is something which would drive necessary growth. Under this social ambit, sir, we have the 75% tax credit for the provision of educational and life skills for persons with special needs. This goes without saying, and it speaks to the inclusive nature of the proposal. The 50% tax credit for the provision of educational centers for gifted persons also falls within this category. Other proposed tax credits, sir, fall within what we call the cultural ambit. There's a 50% tax credit to boost investment in sport venues, ensuring world-class facilities. I think we've heard significant discussion about that area, sir. 50% tax credit for the provision, development of entertainment and sports venues, and 50% refundable tax credit for the purchase of local art, up to $1 million for the outfitting of investment projects. Now, as stated by Senator Watson, this $1 million, 50% refundable tax credit for the utilization of businesses ought also to be provided to individuals for the simple fact that it would encourage an increase in the artistic development in the island. And they are individuals such as Senator King, who just spoke, who would have the resources by which to make these investments and support the artists. However, sir, when we speak about the cultural impact, I believe that a plea could be made, because while there is some assistance provided by the NCS to our crop-over entrepreneurs, can they find themselves within the tax credit bracket to benefit from these proposals? In other words, those who put together the bands, those who are the musicians involved in putting this festival together, and the related entrepreneurs. Is there a way to capture that segment within this proposed tax credit for the development of entertainment, for the development of local art, and tie it into our cultural industries, those who put together our Crop Over Festival? Some may say that we could consider these credits in sections where persons are forced to utilize local craftsmen. We can use these tax credits for those who utilize local materials instead of importing. We could utilize these tax credits for those who encourage local businesses in their supply chain to put together their costumes. Something for the government to consider, Mr. President. Sir, there is also under the further segment, let's call this one now, we just spoke about cultural, we just spoke about social, and we spoke about technological. In terms of the environmental now, sir, we have a 50% tax credit for projects resulting in net zero emissions in Barbados. I found this particularly interesting, and I could be a bit naughty and ask whether this stacks. In other words, if I have a photovoltaic facility, which I get a current $10,000 per year on my premises, do I then stack this then and get a 50% refundable tax credit because it produces a net zero emission? I believe that this will be clarified when further documentation is produced, Mr. President. The 50% tax credit for beach rehabilitation certainly is something that should be commended, because we are all aware of the threat of our coastal zone is under. Certainly efforts by which the Coastal Zone Management Unit seeks to preserve this sometimes finds itself in resistance or objection by those who own parcels of property on the beach, but it is recognized that beach rehabilitation, coral reef restoration, and marine conservation is important to preserve what we have here in Barbados. So, sir, I think that the concept of using the tax credits to boost investment makes sense. I think it makes sense, but there are ways of viewing it from a different perspective, which I will get into later in my speech. And that was part and parcel of the government's position, wherein we're seeking to have growth, and this is how we'll do it by way of these tax credits. There was also stated the protective mechanisms with regard to the dairy farmers, and of course the issue with the tax concessions and the adjustment of how those concessions which are going to be treated, but I haven't heard much dialogue about that. It seems somewhat complicated, but so far it has not been articulated beyond what was said. Now, in bringing the balance to this debate, I've taken careful note of the opposition's reaction to what the government's presentation has been. There have been allegations of too much spending, allegations of waste, allegations of too many consultants, attacks on the government's energy policy, and I am sure that at some point there will be an economic counterpoint which would be raised in the day to come. I do, however, note that there was a severe attack against what was viewed as trickle-down economics. The debate. So we have these two contrasting positions, Mr. President. We have the government's perspective, we have the opposition's perspective, and the perspective given from the Barbadian business community was said to be generally positive. For my part, sir, I would have appreciated more economic cut and thrust in terms of the utilization of what economic measures are being contemplated. I found, sir, that the debate has somewhat taken a accusatory tone as to who is saying who is misleading who. Both sides have said that they are speaking reality and accusing the others of seeking to mislead. Everyone wants to keep it real, and it seems as though we have found ourselves in a position where everyone is saying, if you are not for us, you are against us. So my purpose is to bring my perspective as to the debate. And in doing so, I stipulate that I appreciate the government's effort to protect the most vulnerable in terms of the elderly. This cannot go without recognizing the fact of the reality of those who are without in our nation and in need of assistance for the government. This has to be commended. The elderly care program, which was laid out by Senator Paris, is something which I have experienced firsthand because there is a lady who assists with my family who tells us of the good work that this department does. So I wish to commend the department for the efforts that they make. There's also, besides the goodness of it, a practical measure to it. In other words, if we are able to assist the elderly and keep them out of the hospital, we thereby reduce the cost of having them in the hospital because we're able to reduce the need for them to need that level of care. So there's also economic benefit to this concept, not just something that comes from the good within us, sir. Sir, we are all glad for the roadworks which we are seeing throughout the island. I have commented in here as to the lack of roadworks as it then was, and I'm very glad to see the amount of roadworks that are ongoing. So that is something which we should feel positive about. I believe that there is a decent macro policy being utilized, and I believe that if there is a deficiency, it's the need to continue to educate the public as to the why. You know, we hear about things like the Bridgetown Initiative, and we hear about and appreciate the understanding as to the building clauses with regard to bonds and lending in cases of hurricane and natural disasters. But do we get that message out there as to the government's macro policy and how it impacts individuals on a personal level? And I think that is something which the government could spend some more time on. I certainly appreciate the taking in front of the issues in relation to the HOPE project, and it speaks well when a government can say, I am accountable and I will investigate it. So that certainly is something that should be focused on. I believe, sir, that we also need to make special statements and special reference to the stated assistance and need for the increase of revenue to be provided to the Fair Trading Commission. With limited resources, sir, they have been put under tremendous scrutiny, and I can attest to you that their officers work tirelessly in a thankless environment in which they are underappreciated for what they do. I have dealt with them in a variety of scenarios, maybe not as loudly as others, but I can certainly attest to the fact that they do good work. Now, all that being said, I think we all can say that there is heightened activity going on in Barbados. There are some, however, who say, well, don't confuse movement with progress. There is the metaphor of someone who is learning to swim, does a lot of splashing, but doesn't really go anywhere. So the concept is whether all this activity that we're seeing is resulting in actual economic growth or progress for the Barbadian citizens. And I'll come back to that, sir. I think, sir, as we continue to set out the factual matrix, because I'm still talking about the estimates, but I think we have to paint a picture as to where we are, that we should also be clear in commending the government in getting us off the grey list. And why that is important, sir, is that it bodes well for our offshore industry, which has seen a severe impact, I think is fair to say, in recent years. So that's the lay of the land as we have this debate about the estimates in 2024, or I like to call it the purple book debate, Mr. President. There's a famous rapper, Raekwon, who had a tape called The Purple Tape, but I digress. Now, let's get into the meat of it after we have painted the picture as to where we are. Government can feel justifiably proud for certain things. We have set out what we find positive. Here are some concerns, however, which come out of this presentation that we have seen in recent days. I think firstly, sir, the government's proposals seem heavily reliant on the goodwill of the business class who will receive these tax benefits. Let me say that again. The proposals are heavily reliant on the goodwill of the business class who would receive the tax benefits. Now, we have seen in the past where there have been tax breaks given to businesses in Barbados. Was there then the resulting savings passed on to consumers? I think the facts speak for themselves, sir. I would therefore caution the government in relying too heavily on the graciousness of capital. Because at the end of the day, the purpose of a business and the purpose of capital is to generate profit. Now, sir, the second issue in terms of the growth aspect, and I'll come back to why it's an issue I have concern with. And the concept of trickle down and trickle up, very good economic concepts, which I would have appreciated more debate on to see which one and why and who has a different economic ideology with regard to setting forth the basis for the objection. Anyway, sir. Second point, sir, the stated deficit, and I must commend Senator Drakes for her excellent presentation yesterday, sir. I think the public, the government, the opposition, everybody appreciated the clinical discourse that was given. But as I told her, it was a little ideological, but it was a little idealistic towards the end, but excellent presentation, Mr. President. The issue that we see, sir, is the deficit of the $1 billion which is set out in the estimates. And of course, Mr. President, unlike others, I have to show my work in, so that's at page 8 of the estimate, sir. Now we see here, sir, that the deficit is supposed to be filled with two major limbs. Firstly, the foreign loan element of 441 million, and we'll come back to that, sir, and the local debt element of 628 million. Now, this is where we get tricky, sir. This is where it gets tricky, sir. The government is seeking to raise this as follows. From Treasury bills, $100 million. It would have been stated, sir, the concerns, some more emphatic than others, of persons who would have been impacted by what the government calls the restructuring and the impact it had on T-bill holders, sir. So how do we renew the confidence to get this 100 million to be purchased? Secondly, sir, the 200 million embossed bonds. Again, while individual bondholders were not impacted in the restructuring, perception, may I say it is a hell of a thing. How do we inspire the confidence of persons to take up this bond? Sir, 100 million is supposed to be in the Series J bonds, and I believe those have been the subject of debate, and there are some in here who will say that they are forced to rely on that as their compensation. The sophistication of the secondary market, sir, for those Series J bonds needs to be developed and rolled out, because at the end of the day, if someone is offering me 60% or 50% or 70%, as you'll be aware of, Mr. President, that therefore has an impact on the value of those bonds to me. And then finally, and more troubling, and I'm sure which will be explained by the government, is there's a stated 128 million under the category of other. So I am sure that that will come out as been the practice of the Leader of Government Business in the Senate in a very thorough wrap-up as to who, what, why, where, when in addressing the Q&A segment. Where is this $128 million to come from in the other category? So, sir, we have a stated deficit, and we have a stated way of dealing with the deficit, as we know how governments raise funds. Is either taxes or by borrowing. Two options. So in these circumstances now, that's the local debt, and we assume that the foreign element, which is the 441 million, will be easily filled because of how our Prime Minister is viewed and the sophistication and skills by which we articulate ourselves throughout the world. So time will tell. Now, while we have this discussion, sir, under the rubric of concerns, I would have stated already what I said was the concern in terms of whether the incentives to what we call the capital or business class would be passed on. There's also, sir, a seemingly real fear that the existing company tax rate, I wouldn't want to call it we are aware, sir, that is globally mandated, some will say because of whatever policy, that basically corporation taxes have to go up from where they are to bring it in line with the international convention, which we are now at 9%. When we get this increase in corporation taxes, which corporation is going to absorb that? That's the reality of where we are. So what happens when that increase comes, and how can we even try to get these businesses not to pass on that increase in their taxes to the consumers? Idealistically, sir, as a friend of mine told me, it's a question of those with the ability, whether they have the responsibility. In other words, sir, I personally feel that, we have these titans of industry who have benefited from government contracts, and they walk around the island and they speak very authoritatively on a variety of subjects. And what role do they have to play those who have benefited from the government in assisting the populace. I'll come back to that, sir. Another area that I have of concern, sir, which was raised in the debate by the Prime Minister, and I heard it touched on here, was of course the creation of another state-owned enterprise, Business Barbados. The fact is, we have debated in this chamber, sir, the issue with the number of state-owned enterprises, the issue of cost of state-owned enterprises, and while we understand the economics and the accounting steps to take something off of a balance sheet, how does the public perceive the creation of another state-owned enterprise to get a task done? So, I am assuming that there is a reason why the task could not be done within the existing parameters, within the existing enterprises that we have, and that will be laid out as to why we need to create a whole new entity to make business in Barbados more accessible. But I hear the government and I hear the Prime Minister because ease of doing business in Barbados remains an issue. I was so impressed when I saw the new land tax portal, which allowed me to go with the credit card and pay a portion of land tax. That's a beautiful thing. And that was only launched last year because before it was online with Cannabis. And I have stated in this place, and I'll state it again, I am getting links to file my corporate tax returns with Cannabis. And I tried to do it in writing and they told me no. So I have a situation where one of my corporations is stuck. Can't work out. And this is what we talk about, the ease of doing business, because I would like to think I have a little sophistication when it comes to these things. And can't they do? Because according to Thomas, this corporation I have owns a vehicle, which it does not. And I can't get past the line item. I've made phone calls, I've sent emails, I've had a lovely assistant from Thomas responding to me, but we have not resolved the issue. And this is just one example. When we push for digitization, when we push for these things, remember, it comes with resulting concerns. So because I cannot now take the paper and fill it out and file it with Thomas, I now have a situation where for the last year, it has not been filed because they're not accepting it. So in our rush to dispose of analog, we should be careful because there are certain redundancies that the computers and the digitization don't deal with well. But certainly any efforts that could be made for making doing business easier in Barbados, I support. However, we need to be able to explain to the citizens of Barbados why we need a whole new state-owned enterprise for that to be done. Now, I come to a segment I've done in previous speeches where I call my wish list. I call my wish list of what I would like from the government. And I believe, sir, that I certainly think that I want citizens to demand more from the government. I really think that citizens should demand more from the government. I think when we sit, I'm not counting myself as part of the government, but when we sit as representatives in the Senate, we should be cognizant of the burden that we bear. It shouldn't be sweet. It should be with a sense of duty. It shouldn't be mock sport. It should be recognizing the seriousness of what we have to debate and how we do it. So let me give an example, sir. I was watching a friend of mine post on Facebook. You may not know, sir, but Facebook is something that Gen X uses a lot. It's very popular with the demographic between 30 and 50, you know, the Gen X is the present. The young people in the chamber, like Senator Drakes, will talk about TikTok and things, but Facebook is very popular with regard to the demographic. But sir, I saw this friend of mine, and it was so interesting. He was so happy for the smooth road that the government did. And I shared the joy as well. But imagine that we are glad for a smooth road. We are glad that the government paved a road. we are rejoicing. You understand where that begs the question? Some will say that, but isn't that what ought to be done? So I want us to recognize that the pressure ought to be kept on. We should feel compelled to provide for citizens. We should feel compelled to do what we have to do, and nobody should feel good because the government is providing a service that is supposed to. The fact that you say it wasn't done previously is no reason. The fact is this is what we have to do. This is our obligation. You can't sit down and rock back and say, well, I do it. No, that's what you're supposed to do. I have a friend, one of the Malta Hill poets that I mentioned, sir, who always say, look, when I come and say, you know, well, I had to work really hard or I did something for my family, you tell me, well, you don't tell a fish good job for swimming. A government has a job and function to do for the citizens. Citizens should demand a lot of a government, and a government should recognize its obligation. I move on, sir. Sir, with all the fancy economic theory that I would like to wish for in the debate, and I say I appreciate Senator Drakes again, my view on it is this. You have to find a way to get money in the hands of people who will spend it. I cannot begin to tell you, Mr. President, who spends money. You understand this concept well. It is not those who have the capital. They don't spend it. They invest it. The great author Kanye West said, you give a man $1 million of a certain demographic, he will invest it, while if you give it to another man from a certain demographic, he will buy a Benz. You want that money to circulate, sir? Now, if I join that to an economic theory, it's called bubble up. And this is a theory which believes that policies that directly benefit lower income individuals boost the income of the society as a whole. Some call it Obamanomics or Bidenomics. The concept of giving a stimulus. The concept of giving capital to entrepreneurs, not capital to capital, not capital to holders of capital, capital to entrepreneurs to create jobs and economic growth at a certain segment, sir. In other words, for example, Kenya, 2022, significant strides in providing adequate working capital to farmers so as to deploy modern agricultural risk management instruments to ensure farming is profitable and productive. That's the concept where you're able to say, well, hold on, if we're not, or if we're against trickle down, maybe we look at trickle up, or if we're against trickle up, we look at this economic policy. I would like to hear, this is me, I would like to hear the economic ideology which underscores the policy which leads to this here, sir. Show you're working. The citizens of Barbados bright. They're bright bad. And show your thinking so that persons who may wish to comment, we move beyond the realm, well, you ain't do nothing, I ain't like you, and you did worse. I want to see that level of debate because I believe that we in this chamber and in the other place have something great to offer this nation. I will continue to hold us to task, and I will continue to hold myself and those in the other place to task because we can do better, sir. Sir, another issue, of course, is the pension. And this comes within my concern segment, so we're in my wishes, or no, this is my wish list, sir. So I'm sorry, not concern, my wish list. Mr. President, I heard Senator Drakes yesterday speak about the fact that as a pensioner, if you have your money in an RR, which didn't go into that detail, but she said when you withdraw the pension monies, you pay a 25% withdrawal tax.
100% of your voluntary contribution.
Correct. Yes. 100%. Your voluntary contributions, you pay 25%. In a lump sum, you pay the 25% tax. Mr. President, I have said this before, I will say it again. I remember when I started working in chambers in 2002, the fact is, if you had a pension, you were given a tax credit for the pension money that you put in. And if you therefore applied that tax credit to your income tax. It therefore made sense when you're taking the money out that you pay this 25% tax because you would have gained the tax credit, which was something, I think about 33, I don't need to pretend I know something, but anyway, you balance off what you got when you claim for it under your taxes. Mr. President, you would be aware of that. Now we have a situation where your pension funds, which, as set out yesterday, are already taxed before they go in, if you take it out as a lump sum, are further taxed. And we are saying, and we have debated in here, the fact is that the government recognizes that we have an issue with NIS and its ability to provide for citizens. How do we encourage persons to supplement the NIS? Give us the tax credit for the pensions. Or, if we can't get the tax credits in terms of removing the 25% withdrawal of lump sum, give us some recognition or some incentive or some balancing out in terms of the income tax as to why we should be encouraged to save for our pensions. We're being penalized for it, sir. This is something which is within the government's ambit, and we recognize now because it was set out in the government's presentation with regard to the concept of concessions and how much it costs government. Perhaps then we can descend to particulars on the issue of pensions and see what can be done. I refuse to believe that we as a nation and a government this articulate is unable to solve that problem, sir. So I throw it on the gauntlet for the government to solve this issue of pensions. We spoke about roads getting paved. So let's talk about pensions now and see what the government can do, and I'm sure they'll come up with a solution sooner rather than later, Mr. President. Another issue that we have to discuss, sir, is what is the price of the progress? You know, what's the price that we are willing to pay for this progress? And I heard the discussion about the South Coast and some of the buildings. You know, sir, if we continue at a certain rate, when we finish build these towers that block off the sea, you know, the same tourists that want them, the same investors that want them, will say that we overdevelop. And they want someplace more rustic. So we have to be mindful. We have to be very mindful that we preserve our Barbadiana. And it is difficult. It is difficult. The age-old battle of windows to the sea and the Barbadian populace. So I just put that under the heading, sir, the price of progress and windows to the sea. I don't think I could add any more to that deep debate. But it certainly is one which the government is mindful of. We spoke here about the development in St. Peter's Six Men's and the contribution and the individuals and having their says in it. Imagine that. How do we maintain that balance? Because you know what is the number one attraction to Barbados? Barbadians. Not just the sun, the sea, and the sand. Senator Blackman said is our intellectual thing that we mind, correct? That's what he said yesterday. It is Barbadians and how we treat people. So let's make sure that in our development and our chasing after these accolades and these price of progress and these things, that we remember what makes us us. And we consider that in our development. The same way we could craft an IMF program that is uniquely Barbadian, we could ensure that developments that are done on our coast reflect our Barbadian culture and way of life, Mr. President. Now, sir, investment options. I have a confession to make, Mr. President. I have a habit of burdening associates in the firm with discussions about investments, what they're doing for their future, and what plans they have. And the first thing they say, sir, back in your day, you could have done X, you could have done Y, and then they'll carry me to Twitter, where Senator Adwele Boyce roams, and they'll say, look at this spreadsheet, and this person showed how if they get X amount of money at the end of the day, at the end of the month, they have $60. What I try to get, and what I get from these discussions, sir, is that there is a sense of despondence with regard to the youth in relation to investment opportunity. And I believe that it is something which the government can assist with in terms of teaching them, how they can utilize their little in some cases, avenues with regard to investment to put towards future investment products. Now, this is what I say. Investment options currently are as follows. I just laid them out there in the Barbados estimate, sir. You can put your money now in the credit union. You can buy bonds, bills. There are some mutual funds. You can get an annuity. When you look at the stock market, sir, it is filled with a fair amount of illiquid stock. There's a lack of movement. There is a lack of activity. So the question is, what investment options are being actively encouraged by the government for the youth in terms of the education, avenues for their investment, and encouraging the mindset of this is why you save and this is how you invest. In other words, using myself as the example, which I've done already, when I first started working, I was able to say I'm putting $300 into a mutual fund. That then reduced my income tax bill by $300. I was able to say I'm putting $300 into a retirement savings plan. That then reduced my income tax bill by $300. I was able to say I was purchasing new stocks of $300. That therefore reduced my income tax bill by $300. Where is the incentive to encourage the young persons in Barbados to invest? The dialogue is necessary. The encouragement is necessary. The avenues for saving is necessary. I think it's something, sir, that we have to be mindful of, because at the end of the day, this is how we teach the culture of resilience. This is how you teach the culture of resilience, and heaven forbid, dare I say, delayed gratification. Time passes. Whether you make the sacrifice now will tell in 10 years. Having that type of conversation with the government, as articulate as it is, to tell young people what they should be doing and providing mechanisms for them, it can be done. To encourage the saving, to encourage the investment, maybe even the same government paper that we see here in the estimates, to provide them with a guarantee beyond word of mouth that it will not be touched. So I look forward to hearing the government response with regard to the investment options. Now, sir, we are here in the category of what I call wishes. And there, I like to come not just with complaints or issues, but actually come with ideas. And I really believe, Mr. President, that beneficiaries of the public purse should be mandated to give back. Should be mandated to give back in the forms of some form of IPO. I've already spoken about the cricket bond. I know the government has plans for the GIA structure, but all these PPL that we're doing has to be a way that we allow the public for an opportunity to benefit from the investments, not just in terms of the return and the taxes and all that good stuff, but the opportunity for the public to say, I'm taking $200 to buy some shares in this entity who is benefiting for the work for the government. Simply put, sir, those who benefit from the public purse should be mandated to provide investment facilities for average citizens. That's it. If you benefit from the people of Barbados, there should be a mechanism by which the people of Barbados have the opportunity to share in the largesse. So, sir, in my contribution today, I hope I have laid out a factual matrix setting out where we are on the economic indicators. I hope I have captured the government's position, the position of the opposition, the position of the independents, and I hope I have given some ideas for which the government can think on. At the end of the day, sir, we are responsible to the citizens of Barbados, so let us enjoy this exercise where we're talking about the citizens' money and how we can do our best to preserve this nation of ours. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Kevin Boyce. Senator Nichols.
Mr. President, I am indeed grateful for this, my 7th opportunity to participate in the debate on the annual estimates of revenue and expenditure. So I thought of the idea of returning to that subject that I broached 2 years ago when I returned to this place on the Good Society. I started to revisit some of those terms that I had used when I began a presentation of this nature 20 years ago. I looked at Sir Courtney Blackman's book, The Practice of Economic Management. I also looked at Alvin Toffler and Future Shaw, referred to earlier by Senator Dr. John Rogers. And I have decided, Mr. President, that there is a burning importance for us to appreciate that this exercise today in the Senate and in this Parliament over the last month or so has to be placed within a wider context of the world in which we live. And sir, from the time that I heard, or I should say that I read of the works of that great Nobel laureate from Trinidad and Tobago, who wrote the novel Bend in the River, and I've referred to it over and over again. The world is what it is, and men who are nothing and who allow themselves to be nothing have no place in it. We can now appreciate that he wasn't talking about only men, but we live in a particular world. And this exercise here today has both a domestic and an international dimension to which I would want to refer. Because it's important, in my perspective, to place what we are doing within those constructs. We live in a world, Mr. President, that is energized by two things in my view: rapid transition and rapid transformation. And therefore it behoves us to appreciate the historical circumstances which have placed us here, and also perspectives for the future, how they can be guided. Mr. President, we have learned since the collapse of the Berlin Wall and the decline of the Soviet type economies, socialist economies of Europe in the 1990s, that did not represent an end of history. That was triumphed by people who were pushing the Washington Consensus, or people who were pushing this notion that the world is now fast becoming a global village, and that trade liberalization and financial liberalization and the removal of market preferences that had been the bedrock of our post-colonial experience as a society had to be removed in favor of a system of removal of tariffs and trade on tariffs, goods and services. Our sugar industry declined because of the preferential treatment that we received, and we had to retool our economy. And all of that was in this mad rush coming on to the end in the 1990s, in my view, because of a mistaken lull and lag in the way in which history and economic systems and people and economies respond to the world as it transitions. Sir, there is a rise of some of the same contrary or competing economic systems and theories in the world today that people would have said 20, 30 years ago were coming to an end. The West had won and there was an end of history. Mr. President, I have always understood that in life, there are two trajectories of power. There's the power to dominate and the power to resist. But the world is what it is, Mr. President. We live in a world of transformation. We live in a world that is in transition. And Barbados, Mr. President, in my respectful view, cannot stand splendidly in isolation in this world today. The debate on this estimates on the appropriation bill must take a tone that is necessarily reflective of the past and not necessarily reflexive, because when we get into the latter, we tend to get into the emotions about how things have evolved. But the lull, Mr. President, that I spoke of, or I should say I speak to, about the foundational changes that followed what we consider the end of that great ideological debate, the battle of the 20th century, was more pause in historical narrative. Mr. President, governing today requires a special type of statecraft to which my good colleague, Senator Boyce, was alluding to in the peroration of his presentation. There are two dimensions, Mr. President. There is an outer dimension to which government must respond and an inner one. And sometimes there is this conflict that is perceived that the government is looking outward too much and is not looking inward. And there's sometimes when we look too much inwardly and are not becoming aware of the circumstances. That, Mr. President, in my view, is a false dichotomy. You cannot choose one or the other. Mr. President, the inner dimension to which I refer to is building a system of a good society, a society of law and order, a society that can take care of the welfare of our people. But responding to the outer dimension, we have to take into consideration the world in which we live in. We need to develop our strategies for trade and interaction with other countries. Mr. President, we cannot move towards an export growth-led economy by staying in Barbados and not understanding how the market that we are exporting to operates. Politics in Barbados has lived along, in my view, with this twiddly-dum debate, a dialogue of the deaf, in which there is severe criticism of any time the government starts to, and particularly the Barbados Labour Party administration, starts to position our economy for flight, what they call it. Mr. President, there is a statement that was made and attributed to one of the former great leaders of the country that he wished that there will be a day that there will never be a cane blade in this country. But sadly, that articulation, or I should say he did not have enough time really in terms of where he has come in the history of Barbados to articulate a view to move away from the monocrop agriculture-based economy of the times which he led the country. We have listened to a lot of the development economists like Norman Gervin, George Beckford, Michael Witter, who have bemoaned the plantation economy and the modified plantation economy to which Senator Drake's referred, the modified plantation economy. But I happen, Mr. President, to not dwell too much on that, because not that I'm dismissing the New World economists of the 1970s, but they were writing at a time that is fundamentally different from what we have now. They criticized the industrialization by invitation model as a return of the plantation system. Sir Courtney Blackman has suggested that we lost 2 decades, the 70s and the 80s in the Caribbean. And why I'm going here, Mr. President, is to bring context to where we have now recircled to this point in Barbados to discuss what I understand is the divergence between the government and the Democratic Labour Party, particularly as we heard in these estimates. Mr. President, the world is what it is. Governance requires a statecraft that can move between the parallels of the outer and the inner dimension. And until we understand and appreciate it, and as Senator Kevin Boyce suggested, we have to take our people there. This is not a sterile academic argument or a position for technocrats or a colloquium, because we have a tendency to dismiss everything that is serious as just academic verbiage. But we need to move beyond the cut and thrust of looking at these 2 parallel dimensions, Mr. President, as if they were going against each other. Mr. President, when we look at the world in which we live in, we must all recognize that the capitalism of the 20th century and the early parts of this current century has now been superseded by a new economic model, where the drivers of big tech oversee this new transition in the system in which we live in. And that is borne out by today's capitalists not investing their profits back into their businesses. Today's capitalists, Mr. President, do not expand the development of the industry in which they are in to increase output, to increase labor productivity, Mr. President. These techno-feudalists, as you will call them, generate profit by establishing a monopoly system on a technology platform and using sophisticated data extraction to secure it. The owners of Facebook, Amazon, Twitter, Airbnb, Uber, all of these people don't own any of the essential ingredients in the businesses that they operate, but they extract data from everyone. You buy something on Amazon and upwards between 20 to 40% of the product that goes directly to the persons who operate that trading platform. So what about the workers in the factories who manufacture the goods, the cars, people who build the houses, the villas? YouTube, you don't have to own a camera if you own YouTube. You don't have to own a studio if you own YouTube. This is the world in which we live, Mr. President. And if we believe that we can circumnavigate the tumultuous changes that are occurring in the present international context in which we operate, then we are missing the mark. Mr. President, in this debate, I've heard several references to how the government has managed the current economic situation. And I don't think that anybody in Barbados feels that we have come out of the doldrums, but it is false and it is wrong to give the impression, Mr. President, that certainly that if we were just simply to hand the reins of government back to the Democratic Labour Party, that manna will fall from heaven and everybody who is struggling and poor will now suddenly become rich. We will have no social, economic, or cultural, or any other problems, because that is not the track record that we have. And Mr. President, I also heard in the current economic debate a reference to the late Prime Minister Oyenata. And I have had the occasion, Mr. President, to revisit a number of the things that he had said. And I had asked the clerks to provide for me the benefit of his last 3 contributions to this debate in the other place, and they were very, very insightful. I understood from reading them or rereading them, because at some stages, Mr. President, I would have sat and listened either in person or through the medium that is provided to some of these debates. And Mr. President, what is interesting is that he gave in 2016, in the other place, Mr. President, a perspective of the rate of growth of the Barbadian economy that was necessary to sustain the quality of life in this country. And he was speaking, Mr. President, against a backdrop of a situation where Barbados' economy had for the period between 2008, when we were voted out of office, up until that debate in 2016, to experience economic growth in the following terms. And Mr. President, you will permit me if I quote him. In 2008, 0.4%. In 2009, it declined by 4%. In 2010, it grew by 0.3%. In 2011, by minus 0.8, another decline. 2012, another decline, minus 0.3%. 2013, it fell by 0.1%, and then 2004, by minus 0.2%. 2015, 0.5. What he was representing was that, in his estimation, Barbados needs an economy to grow at the level of 3% based on the rate of growth of our population in order to maintain the standard of living in this country, in order to be able to allow students to continue the benefit of free tertiary education, allow the hospital to remain a viable tertiary care institution, allow people to get their tax credits, reverse tax credits and the tax returns on time, to keep the buses running and the roads repaired. We needed to keep the economy growing at a rate of 3%. Mr. President, in that debate, you may recall that the government had not then published the IMF Article 4 consultation. It was hidden from the people of Barbados, and the estimates debate in that year proceeded on the basis of hunches provided by the central bank and not data. So that when the IMF report was later published that year, the IMF report told the country and the world that it had more faith in the statistics coming out of the government statistical department than those produced by the Central Bank of Barbados. There are people, Mr. President, that have to know these things, because the impression is being given that the government is wasteful and the government doesn't know what it is doing. But we have to remind the country, Mr. President, of the circumstances and the details, because there is, in my respectful view, a decisive difference. Mr. President, the estimates of 2016 and 2015 and 17 and 18 were all predicated upon what turned out to be an overestimation of the growth of the economy, and therefore an overestimation of government revenue. Not real statistics, Mr. President. So I understand why there is a scoffing at the economic performance of the government today, because for 10 years, Mr. President, we were told that the economy of Barbados could not grow because of the global recession in 2008, which was the worst recession that the world had ever seen. For 10 years. And when other Caribbean countries started to rebound, we were still being told on the eve of the change of office that this global recession from 2008 was still impacting. But Mr. President, we have to analyze what was being done. We were losing millions of dollars, Mr. President, in the international business sector. We lost $256 million by 2017-18 in international business sector. The government did nothing to address the blacklisting of Barbados and the loss of businesses from Canada. There was a Prime Minister of Canada who, in my estimation, preferred to give up his premiership rather than his ownership and the resulting trusts that the Canadians said were problematic because of his relationship with his sons, and those businesses gave up that premiership of Canada to hold on to his businesses. We did nothing for 10 years to address, Mr. President, the loss of tax revenue. But taxes were created on the basis that you can replace that lost revenue by imposing a 10% tax on people and businesses in Barbados. Mr. President, if we try to recover $250 million in revenue, that means that you have to put 10% taxes on $2.5 billion in economic activity in Barbados. That is the effect of it. And Mr. President, I have to say these things because people feel that when we speak about the work that is being done by bringing Barbados off the blacklist and off the grey list and its importance, it is expected that that will result in the revenue that is necessary to reduce the deficit. It is necessary. Because last year, when the Prime Minister said that there were no new taxes in the budget, people wonder how can you achieve that? How? And that your estimates of revenue do not tell us how you will get there. We heard that there was a lack of detail. We're hearing that again too, Mr. President. But I know the final appropriation bill for the current financial year will come to Parliament shortly. But we know that in order to increase revenue, you can reduce spending, increase taxes, or you can borrow. It is the judgment of this government, Mr. President, that we can close this deficit by virtue of the primary surplus, plus inflows from the policy-based loans from the IMF and the Inter-American Development Bank. And what do we mean by the primary surplus, Mr. President? You take the non-interest expenditure, and that gives you either the surplus or the deficit. Money coming in, as opposed to what you have to pay out, the non-interest expenditure, and that will either give you the surplus or the deficit. A couple of days after the close of the last financial year, a commercial bank in Barbados bought $100 million in boss bonds. $100 million. And Mr. President, you remember that when we restructured the debt, people were crying for the banks and saying that the government was unfair to the banks. There are people in Barbados that say that. There are people that say that in this chamber too. But a commercial bank in Barbados bought $100 million of investment in boss plus bonds, a vote of confidence in the Barbados economy, Mr. President. You could not buy bonds under the last administration because Barbados was getting downgrade after downgrade after downgrade after downgrade. We were down at junk, Mr. President. So that we must understand that when you're creating public policy for a country size like Barbados' economy, it is not necessarily that you're going through a mathematical or arithmetical sum where we can say that there will be 5% growth, 3% from tourism, 1% from this, and so from the other back, and it will equate to a certain amount of revenue, and we can project it with accuracy today. The government has to do things to stimulate economic activity. And Mr. President, this country heard for 14 years that Barbados was not only an economy, it was a society. I sat here in this present seat, Mr. President, to hear that this Barbados Labour Party was only concerned with economics. And they offered change, and change we got. We got the change that they had promised. But when we look back at the cycle, Mr. President, they are coming back with the same old tricks. Mr. Arthur called it economic vandalism, Mr. President. Of the highest order, because I am hearing that this government spent money on consultants to advise us on the debt restructuring. $54 million. That saved us $3 billion in debt restructuring that allowed us to buy buses, that allowed us to buy garbage trucks, that allowed us to send students back to the University of West Indies, Mr. President. Yeah. That to take young people off the streets of Barbados and give them a sense of hope. And I say all the time, I live in a community in Arthur Seat St. Thomas, and I must say, Mr. President, I am grateful for the government for paving the road in Arthur Seat St. Thomas. It is the first time in my lifetime, and that people can say that it was paved. But, Mr. President, this argument that we spent money that Mr. Arthur could have.
It's part of our business. It should be repaired.
Listen, leave them to me. They don't like to be interrupted, right? But they let them interrupt. I don't mind their size. I consider it to be a size. So let them interrupt. They will come to St. Thomas at some time. I don't have to get there. You don't go to worry about me. Okay. You know, the president taught me a little story. Mr. President, they criticized the government's, I will tell you, sir, they criticized the government's hiring of consultants and said that Mr. Arthur told the current leader of the opposition that he would restructure the debt. You know, when I read these 3 consecutive years of presentations to the estimates, Mr. Arthur was begging the Democratic Labour Party to go to the IMF.
That is true.
And restructure the debt.
That is true.
Borrow the IMF money, $700 million at 1%, when they were in the arms of the vulture capitalists. Borrowing money at in excess of 12 and 13 and 14 and 15%. Not money to do capital expenditure projects in Barbados, to build roads, because we were being told that potholes slaved lives, and potholes were temporary inconveniences. Transitory inconveniences. If all the eloquence that they can speak and muster up. But this money was not being done, boards, Mr. President, to build any capacity in this country for export, for new industries. This was being borrowed to pay current expenditure, because we had run ourselves so bankrupt. And all the young people that Senator Watson said are listening, and that can vote for the first time, I want them to remind them that there was a time when this government was borrowing money to pay current expenditure. Sorry, the government, that government, because the history of Barbados shows, Mr. President, where the economic performance of Barbados declines and where it ascends. And they want to give you the impression that you can just go in the room, have a little conversation, pull up Professor Arthur and say that he's a former prime minister, and all the international debt holders will bow and say, oh, Zeus, welcome, Zeus, yes, and go along with the money and come out. It is not only the advice rendered to the government of Barbados, it is in the negotiation.
3 billion.
Right?
3 billion.
And they can call it, but to whom did you go? In 2014, Mr. President, they came to the country with a fiscal consolidation statement from the Minister of Finance that said, oh, 3,000 people.
In one instance.
3,000 people, Mr. President, after, in the same year, 2013, this November 2013, and I ran an election for this great party in that year against the Minister of Finance. And they were telling everybody, like they told them in 1991, that the economy was battling like Sagari. 3,000 people. And we have to come in here and hear lecturing about why this didn't do, why that didn't do, why. And Mr. President, all of the, the mock anger and the invocation every now and again of the poor black man. Because, you used to hear about white shadows with Don Blackman in that time, and the black economic enfranchisement. They go to these terms all the time, and the Barbados Labour Party only like this body and that body and stuff. This government has not given any concessions for 30 or 40 years of tax-free to build hotels or cost you less or any supermarkets in Barbados. They give a supermarket, but it was not a chain, but it was supposed to reduce the cost of living. And the back at it again, Mr. President, 20 years ago we were hearing job number one is cost of living, job number two is the cost of living. They come back with the same old bag of tricks. And when I look back at it, I tell my colleagues all the time, what is the economic philosophy of the Democratic Labour Party in office? What is it? What initiative can they show and demonstrate that they've taken this country to another level? Right? You can't help, you know. You can't help, you know. But as I said, I won't blame, Mr. President, I won't blame her for interrupting on this. So I welcome them because she's not doing that on purpose. Can't help and do for purpose. Can't help and do for purpose. So, Mr. President, this $3 billion debt obligation that we came into office and faced, Prime Minister Oinafu, that they said that could have advised us, that he told them that he could advise us. They were ignoring, they were laughing at him, mocking the party. When the Prime Minister of Barbados, as leader of the opposition, brought concerns about the economic downgrades, she was told that the motion should be punished with laughter. I want all the young people that Senator Watson are talking about, that are listening to us, can go up and watch the history of what transpired just a few short years ago. Mr. Alpha confessed that he may have lost the Labour Party election in 2013 by staying steadfast to the mission that we might have to privatize some of the statutory enterprises. And he explained that this is not just selling them off and sending home people. We don't do that. And he gave the example of how he said to the Transport Board in the early 1990s, look, that maintenance department you all have, we can capitalize it and allow you all to do the work. But you know, UCAL was hamstrung from the time the Democratic Labour Party came into office, and private businesses in Barbados at extortionate rates were able, Mr. President, to come and circumvent a program that was there for the UCAL to fix those buses. Millions of dollars owed to UCAL, while millions of dollars going out, and as we see in the Auditor General reports, under the Democratic Labour Party, the same bus engine getting fixed twice and 3 times in a year to the same company. That is the legacy that I want the young people that you say, Senator Watson, that Mr. President, that Senator Watson says are watching. I want them to revisit that legacy. Because there has to be an explanation, Mr. President, as to why the last Democratic Labour Party administration, had the benefit of the largest, highest revenue intake in the history of this country. But still its capital expenditure on projects in Barbados was less than Tom Adams' administration from 1976 to 1986. I want them to explain that. Because Barbados, according to them, is a society, so we get families first and summer camps and bus fares and David Thompson football competition, because that is families first, according to them. All of the time, Mr. President, they were being told that it cannot have the foreign reserves move from $1.5 billion, according to them, to down to net skin to nothing. And they were being warned as it was coming down. You can put pressure on your balance of payments. You have to restructure the economy. Because if you don't do that, you can go down the road of other Caribbean countries. They were told, Mr. President, of the reduction of the rate of the VAT that they took up. And that the suite of zero ratings is it zero rating and exemptions were getting too large. That was told to the Democratic Labour Party in government. In 2018, Mr. Alford spoke about the debt overhang and the debt to GDP ratio, and lamented that he was approached by the then Minister of Finance to be the chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, and it couldn't get past the cabinet of the Democratic Labour Party administration. And now the Labour Party has to be lectured that we should have used Alford to restructure the debt when Mr. Alford was telling the Democratic Labour Party sitting on their front bench that he could help them, and they were refusing to give him an ear at the time. We heard all of that, Mr. President. We heard all of that. So that I want to say to the country, Mr. President, through you, that there is a decisive difference in the manner in which we approach our affairs in government and on the other side. There are a tax and spend administration. The more taxes you give them, the more they lick out. And when you hear the shout, whenever they return the government to us, when the people, return the government to the Barbados Labour Party, we have to spend the first couple of years cleaning up their mess. But you know, Mr. President, they ain't done yet, because they had the temerity to come in to this chamber a couple of weeks ago and to tell us that we grandstanding when it comes to protecting the rights of workers in this country. I don't want to spend a little time about the protection of workers in this country. I said on Sunday, and I will say again, the Barbados Labour Party, to which I am a member and a proud member, welcomes the return of Labour into the bosom of the policy-making arm of the Barbados Labour Party. It was driven out. And we have gone back to our historical roots, because when there was a time when all of the union were members of the DLP, cabinet ministers and members of government. That was not a problem. 3 senior members of the Barbados Worker Union were in one government, all elected to parliament, and it was not a problem. Bobby Morris on the backbench, Sir Roy Trotman on the backbench, Evelyn Graves in cabinet, Harcourt Lewis, some of them of blessed memory, all sitting and serving in the cabinet, and nobody felt the need to ostracize the government. We felt that the time that the government should have been conscious of the interests of workers in this country. What is their track record, Mr. President? What is their track record? Do you feel safe with them ever again walking the halls of government? Because their morning word and their evening word don't add up. Don't add up. And we understand these dynamics. Mr. President, this government understands that the world is what it is. It understands, Mr. President, that there will become a time for difficult discussions to be had, and we will embark on those discussions. Mr. President, we cannot refuse to transform our public sector, our judicial legal system, our education system. How can we proceed? And I hear this coughing or this cynicism that we're talking about setting a new business unit. If you go to the BVI, the Bahamas, Cayman Islands, you see a central business authority that handles all of the corporate needs of the society. It is not a government department. We need to be able to compete with those entities in order to retain the level of international business that we currently enjoy and not put that sector which pumps millions of dollars of taxes into our economy, that allows the Minister of Finance the flexibility to come to the people and say, no new taxes in the budget. So when the Democratic Labour Party came to office in government, that Ministry of International Business was tied with the Ministry of International Transport. Two totally unrelated ministries were put together. Hurricane George. It had to be a catastrophe. Had to be a catastrophe. So, it might be a stupid point to you, but it ain't a stupid point to these children who had to go to school and not get no textbooks for 10 years when they start school in September in Barbados. You can talk about the ash workers, but you know, I'm a parent. I have children going to school at primary school, right? So, and Mr. President, I don't need the intervention or the help. She cannot help. Cannot help. In due for purpose.
Honourable Senator, please address the chair.
Mr. President, she is not addressing.
There are only honourable members here. They know he's a she.
Mr. President, the Honourable Senator cannot help. Cannot help in due for purpose. I don't need the President's help, sir. Mr. President, the Honourable Senator cannot help. So the Honourable Senator wants to perfect silence. Wants to perfect silence when the Honourable Senator speaks. And plays to the media and the gallery that the Honourable Senator, come here, I'm being bombarded, I need to be protected. But let the Honourable Senator keep chiming away. Let them keep chiming away, Mr. President. Let us talk about them. No. As I was saying, Mr. President, I believe that the management of the public finances in the hands of this government speaks for itself. I believe, Mr. President, that it's time now to address the systems in the country that have to be transformed. Mr. President, the thing about it is that development is not, in my view, an evolutionary concept. Development speaks about a radical change in the mechanisms in which you organize yourself to exploit resources and to seek opportunities. It is not, there's a difference, therefore, between progress and development. Development is much more radical, Mr. President. The education system that we had in this country, Mr. President, was created in the 1850s, 60s by the Anglican bishop following that commission, the Mission Commission. And when you read the report of the Mission Commission, Mr. President, it speaks about a muscular Christian society and to contain the random ambition of the black working class. That was the purpose of the Victorian education system that we constructed in the middle of the 1800s. And the Labour Party tried to alter or to try to tackle it on two occasions. In fact, in the 1970s, Sir Louis Tull, as Minister of Education, we brought the Education Act. And in my view, we were short-sighted because at the time we thought if we legislated out the whole concept of a grammar school and a comprehensive school, that legislative change would have changed the culture. By the 1990s, when we came back to office, the White Paper on Education Reform, Mr. President, told us that 76% of the students leaving secondary school were leaving without any certification. In 1995, Mr. President, and the White Paper on Education Reform was built to address that deficiency.
What is it, miss?
Mr. President, in spite of all of the challenges that we have faced, and in spite of all of the development that we have seen, it still represents a very large proportion of young people leaving the system without any certification. And I am as appalled as they are appalled, but my shock is not that we are trying to break down the system that has done well. Yes, it has done well for the 25%. But 25 out of 100 cannot be well. 25 out of 100 can probably explain some of the social dynamics that we don't like in the country.
30 can be 100%.
You cannot have a population that leaves school where almost 3/4 of it cannot function at a certain level of numeracy, literacy, and functionality. That portends, Mr. President, for a dangerous, dangerous, dangerous situation. We have to transform, we have to deconstruct our education system and reconstruct an education system that can take advantage of the future. Because we know that a large proportion of the jobs that will be on the market in the next 5 to 10 years do not currently exist. Teachers might be shocked to hear me say, why are we still teaching French? Not saying I have a problem with the French. I attempted French even up to A levels. I don't say attempted. But we must deconstruct that. And I've heard Senator Dr. John Rogers make the point. We have to evaluate what we're doing at the primary school level. All the major primary schools, apart from the World Bank loans that the Barbados Labour Party accessed in the 1980s, were built in the last century. Let us stop playing politics with the children and recognize that it is time that the church buildings that we got from the Methodist and the Moravian and the Anglican church halls that have not all been properly retrofitted now have to be brought into the 21st century. Let us stop playing games with the people to know that talk and chalk was a thing of the past. Let us stop playing games on these matters, because we have no doubt, and I think Senator Morris, Reverend Morris and Senator Rogers will speak about TOEFL. You have to learn and relearn and unlearn in this process to get it right. Mr. President, we also have to change our approach to the orange economy. In a serious way, the creative sector of the country, yes, the last administration put a creative economy piece of legislation, but not a single cent to fund anything or project or program in it. I am not knocking them for that. But when we speak about mini stadia in this country, why should one stadium be sufficient? And with the financial latitude that the debt restructuring has given us the elbow room, it is the government's intention to make sure that people in rural Barbados don't have, as I was saying here today, to trek down to St. Michael in order to feel that they are equal participant in the ability to train and practice their sport. For too long, people living in rural Barbados, Mr. President, have had to feel that there are two Barbadoses. So when they say it is overly ambitious, and when they say, Mr. President, that why are you doing this? Because there are people living in St. Lucie, St. Peter, St. John, St. Philip, St. Andrew, St. James, St. Joseph, and in St. Thomas and St. George, that their children want to be able to run fast and to throw and to jump high and to play sports. And Mr. President, I will come to cricket. I've heard a sports person of the Democratic Labour Party. I'm not sure that she is on the same side as Senator Watson, because I haven't seen your name together on any poster. But this Cricket World Cup is coming to Barbados. And the government has put its money where its mouth is. I want to suggest that we need to start having that conversation where we start to also give incentives to the businesses in Barbados to get back into sports, not only cricket. And Mr. President, I will say again and again, we passed the Caregiver Wireless Complex, growing grass. Banks is no chicken barn, field growing back grass. Texaco, no. Vivix, no. We need now to make sure that our working people, our young people, have opportunities to train while at work and keep fit. There is a lot of potential in sports. As I speak, Mr. President, there is a demand for the Barbadian brand in cricket all over the African continent. East Africa, West Africa. People are saying, well, we associate Barbados with a certain standard of excellence. Why are we not building out the capacity for young people to coach cricket all over the world, even at the end of their cricket careers? Senator King spoke about semi-professional sports. Why are all the major sporting organizations still having their first division championships or premierships and handing out a trophy and a couple $100 after a whole season? These are things that we have to do. We can only do that if we create the facilities in the communities across Barbados that would engender and encourage the orange economy at the level of sporting excellence. You can't come to this country in 2023 and talk about that is ambitious and that is the government is being overly optimistic. We don't know where the next sporting hero will come from and in what discipline. We cannot see Barbados as it was in 1966 and feel that we are a prisoner to that moment. And I sat here, Mr. President, Senator Paris as well, and one of my only criticisms I had with the leader of the Senate from the opposition side then, who subsequently became Prime Minister, was that he told us a vision for a long time, you know, but he has not learned or forgot anything since 1966. And for them, Barbados' trajectory is anchored on that basis. I want to say to the young people, Mr. President, who are watching this debate, who, as the Honourable Senator Watson has said, are watching this debate. We have to anchor our boat going forward, Mr. President, keeping our eyes on the domestic dimension of our development and the external realities of our development. There is no debate between the two. There are parallel lines that don't intersect. But if you step out of sync in either dimension, you will fail the people of this country. I understand that governance has become more complex, Mr. President. I understand that the traditional talking points of the political side, we get into this cut and trust. We not the hospital, we not this, we not the other side of the road. But let us build a consensus about taking the country forward. Because one thing I will say, I welcome the return of the Democratic Labour Party to the political stage in this chamber. But I welcome the opportunity, which I don't think I have had to debate on policy and policy mixes that are right for the country. We will not get it all right, Mr. President. I still believe, Mr. President, that the goal of building a good society should be the enduring mission of this generation of members of both houses of Parliament. It is too important a society for us to get bogged down in the minutiae of what we will say at our branch meetings and lob at each other. These estimates are ambitious. They speak about a transformation of Barbados. And you will hear criticism that we are trying to move too fast. But, Mr. President, the world is what it is. And men and women who allow themselves to be nothing and who are nothing have no place in it. We have a place in this world, Mr. President. Barbados, Mr. President, is taking the lead on many global fronts, sir. Only in February, under the leadership of Senior Minister, in the other place, I almost called Senior Minister here because he held that portfolio for a while. We are leading the discussions at the reform of the World Trade Organization and its mechanisms. When we came to office in 1994, we had signed on to the WTO. The last administration in 1993, and nearly a word was said about it. Not a word. For 2 years, we came into office finding that we had to sign on January 1st, 1995, onto a WTO treaty, which dismantled the preferential privileges that we had. It meant that for the young people, Mr. President, that we sold our sugar to Europe at a higher price than the rest of the world. From the Lomé Conventions, all of that was dismantled. So our sugar industry and the banana industry in the rest of the Caribbean became dismantled overnight. All at the same time, we were dealing with an economy where 24% of the working people had been sent home. We fast forward to 2018, the same thing again. How can we manage the international torment and change, and at the same time a bad inherited domestic situation? Because there's a difference between the Barbados Labour Party, Mr. President, and the Democratic Labour Party. There is a decisive difference. And we will not shirk from our responsibility to continue to work hard in the interests of the people of this country, Mr. President. All of the initiatives that you see contained in the Minister of Finance's budget are intended to do that navigation of those two dimensions successfully. It may be seemingly difficult to appreciate the intricate way in which you can walk in and out of each one, but they have to be done. Success is our mission. Failure is not an option. Mr. President, I have great pleasure in supporting the initiatives. And sir, I know I was not supposed to speak until tomorrow, but circumstances have now required me to make my presentation this evening. And I sincerely hope that over the course of the year, we will engage in a level of debate, as one of the requests of Senator Boyce, to speak to people about these difficult things. We can't be afraid of transformation. You cannot reasonably tell me that an education system that was conceived on that basis in the 1800s should now be the guide for where we are today. You cannot tell me that a civil service that was predicated on administrative detail cannot transform itself. Mr. President, we are facing the influx of disruptive technologies, smart contracts, artificial intelligence. Barbados cannot stand and say, we ain't worried about that. We want to get more money for the hospital. But how can you do that without understanding how artificial intelligence will be able to generate things like a medical report? Mr. President, you talk about education transformation. The artificial intelligence will tell you what part of a sum a child is struggling in, and then develop all the tools to help that child get over that particular area, because it can assess the student on site. So our ability to do diagnostic testing. So we have to get the enabling environment to bring in the artificial intelligence, the legislative and regulatory frameworks. We have to do all of these things. We can't come in here and say, man, this bill is too technical and too long, and the government always in a hurry. And you have to get and go and do the research now about all of these things, because Barbados cannot wait. It cannot stand up and say, well, there are all those things going on in the world, but that ain't bothering me. What do we do if or when there's a change in government in the United States of America and the posture changes? The posture to climate change and climate resilience changes. What do we do? Do we then develop the capacity to deal with climate? Mr. President, I heard sniding criticism and cynicism of the green bonds and the work that we're doing in the environment. There was some kind of cynicism. You don't hear the other side talking about these things. And it bothers me. It bothers me significantly. This is a difficult world in which we live in, Mr. President. And, you know, part of the transition that we see is that there's a level of hypocrisy that is being, Western hypocrisy that's being exposed by the current international circumstances. And it is sad in a way, but good in a way, because it is sad because we cannot predict with any accuracy how it will necessarily play out. But the Security Council voted in the last couple of days for ceasefire in Gaza. It is my estimation that the state of Israel will ignore that Security Council resolution. That will, in my view, upend the integrity of the multilateral system at the United Nations. It is a dangerous, dangerous portent. We need to start understanding the world in which there are rogue states that have the might to ignore the international system that has brought stability since the end of World War II. That is a dangerous, dangerous thing. And Mr. President, as I draw to a close, and I will show the connection, next year this country will celebrate, no, I wouldn't even say celebrate, we will acknowledge 400 years of the arrival of the British in 1625. I want to call for the return of the Endeavour flag from Britain. The Endeavour flag, Mr. President, is the flag that was created by the slaves in the rebellion when they wanted to fight for their freedom and establish a new country, a new republic. And they recognized and respected the authority of the British king at the time. But that flag should not adorn the halls of any British museum.
Exactly.
It should be repatriated to Barbados in 2025 as a mark of respect for the sacrifice that our elders and forebears
4 banners, 4 of them around Endeavour.
fought for their freedom in a war that they lost. Mr. President, I also call for this country to continue the efforts to project the Barbadian image of who we are as a people. Yesterday I went to the school at Waterford where I spent only 2 years, and I know the people from SMS will cuss me. But I was proud to see young people with hairstyles looking like that which is sported by Senator Watson, Senator Haynes, Senator Thompson, and Senator Paris, and Senator Drakes, and Senator Boyce. Could not happen in our time. Too long have we caused our people to operate in an image which denigrated themselves as people. Senator Thompson had to face the criticism many years ago of wearing a corkscrew hairstyle. As a minister shouldn't do that.
And women did it too.
We live in a society that have liberated that. Young people. I want, Mr. President, to conclude my presentation as your signal to me that I have come to the end of my time by saying, Mr. President, that let us, with one voice, continue to work hard for the people of our country. Let us debate fiercely our ideas. We will defend our position, the opposition will defend theirs. But let us do it with truth and honor and virtue. Mr. President, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Nichols.
Sir, shall refer to reports from select committees.
Reports of select committees. Honourable Senators, this report of the Committee of Selection to the Honourable of the Senate. The Committee of Selection of the first session of the Parliament of 2022 to 2027 met on Tuesday, 26th of March, 2024. Present were His Honour Senator the Most Honourable Reginald Farley, Chairman, Senator the Honourable Lisa Cummins, Senator Tricia Watson, Senator Kevin Boyce, and Senator Dr. Crystal Haynes. In attendance were our Deputy Clerks of Parliament, Mr. Jones and Ms. Givens. The committee met to consider the nomination to fill the vacancy for the membership of one committee of the Senate. The committee proposed that Senator Wayne Walters be nominated to serve on the Committee of Governance and Policy Matters. The committee further proposed that the appointment of Senator Andrew Boyce be revoked in favor of Senator Gregory Nichols. The above proposals were unanimously agreed by the committee. The committee agreed unanimously to defer all recommended nominations for the membership of the Management Commission of Parliament and other sessional select committees until its next meeting. The committee therefore makes the following nominations to the Honourable the Senate for the appointment of the committees below, which I'll now mention. This is the Committee on Governance and Policy Matters, and the appointments there that we're proposing to the Honourable the Senate are for Senator Ryan Walters and Senator Gregory Nichols. This report is submitted to the Honourable the Senate dated 26th of March 2024. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I'd like to move the adoption of the report as just listed. It does outline.
The question is that the report of the selection committee to the Honourable the Senate be adopted. Will all Honourable Senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The thanks the ayes have it. This report is adopted, and therefore the Committee on Governance and Policy Matters now includes the membership, and this is a joint standing committee of the two houses, now includes Senator Walters and Senator Nichols. Thank you very much, Honourable Senators. Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This brings us to the end of government's business for the day. I beg to move the suspension of today's sitting of the Senate until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
The question is that this sitting of the Honourable the Senate be suspended until 10 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday. Will all Honourable Senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. The things the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until 10 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday.